Today, customers demand highly relevant and personalized experiences. Do you know? As per Google, across the financial services, retail,
May I request all of you to
logistics and
please take your
delivery,
seats.
real estate, and travel and tourism sectors, 95% of
Those who are
executives
standing
agree that
outside,
geospatial
Sanjeev,
data
can you
plays a
request all
key
of them
role
to
in
come
business
inside?
today. Deeper data-driven insights into customer demographics and preferences, combined with geospatial data, enable you to optimize operations and better address customers'
Those
needs.
who are standing on the back
You
side,
can
please
plan
come
your
forward and
pricing,
take your seats.
products offering, and service delivery with smart location intelligence services offered by a reliable service provider. With Lepton, understand evolving customer choices with robust location intelligence solutions. Make the move now. Get in touch with us to elevate your business operations.
This is a lasting connection, a fundamental idea enabled by technology, created by Commscope to bring together people and information. It can take an idea from one side of the world
this is
and
the
help
first
it become
event
a
after 2
reality
years of Bharat
all around
exhibition.
the world, powered by a
People are
network that's
still
all around
on the
us,
way. Some of them will be
moving
joining soon.
information from them to you.
Good morning,
to
ladies and
everyone.
gentlemen.
It's a connection.
A warm
made by
welcome to the 5th edition of FTTH India. I am thankful to Almighty God for giving us this opportunity to back into the physical event after 2 years. We lost a lot of our near one relatives, and Bharat exhibition also lost Siddharth Sharma, who used to be part and parcel of Bharat exhibition since 2002 when we started the company. At the same time, it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all with the same enthusiasm to stand here and to welcome you. So I welcome the dignitaries, Shri Vivek Bansalji, Director CFA of Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, Shri Vivek Narayanji, is DDG DS Department of Telecom, Shri Sarvesh Singh, CMD BBNL, Yugal Kishore Sharma, who's landed, should be here any moment now. From the knowledge partner, we have BIF. I welcome Rajatji also, who's the Director General of Broadband India Forum. So before we start our conference, I request all the dignitaries, please join us in lighting of the lamp and take the blessings of Almighty. May I request all the dignitaries to please join the lighting of the lamp. Now I may request all the dignitaries to come on the stage, please. Shri Vivek Narayanji, Shri Vivek Bansalji, Sarvesh Kumar ji, Yugal Kishore, Tejender, Rajat ji. Please come. All the dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. After a long wait of 2 years, we finally meet today. The COVID-19 pandemic and entering lockdown opened the flooded gates in the terms of demand for data as work from home, which became a necessity and which became an essential part of India workforce from all verticals. As a result of which, India's data consumption at home grew at sourcing space. Speeding up the fiber rollout and the need to operationalize this on priority will pave the roadmap for faster development of 5G in India. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic panel today, as I introduced all the panels. Let them listen what the FTTH India 2022 edition, what are the new things happening in the ground. Let's listen to the leaders who are the authorities on the FTTH. Before we move to the first speaker, I request Mr. Rajat Mukherjee, the Director General Broadband India Forum, to do the welcome address. Rajat.
Thank you, Sashi, and a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. As Sashi has very correctly said, let me echo his sentiment by saying it's good to be back. After such a long break, meeting old friends, colleagues, connections, making new ones, it's always good to be able to make that physical contact. So a very good morning to you all. And welcome once again to this inaugural session of the 5th consecutive edition of the FTTH India, organized by Bharat Exhibitions and BIF. We are proud to be the knowledge partners for this conference. I don't need to echo what Sashi has already said about welcoming the dignitaries and the speakers, but it's good to have senior people who are going to be able to add value to this discussion. The topic for this morning is fiber for the Digital India Highway. And I would like to take this opportunity to share just a few thoughts on this vibrant and very critical aspect. As the world imbibes faster wireless communication technologies, whether it is 4G advanced, moving into 5G, and in certain places, combinations of various other technologies along with it, the need for fiber is growing exponentially. There are some wireless activities, but the importance of the wireline backhaul has not reduced in any form or fashion. The last 2 years has been a difficult period with all of us stuck in the house and relying on Wi-Fi. Now, when you think about it, intuitively you say this is wireless. But all that heavy data traffic of video, whether it is Zoom call or whether it is a Google Meet call, is all being backhauled down a fiber line. There were a few cases where people were using dongles, but not excessively. The predominant volume was going on fiber. And it just proves that the opportunity moving forward is huge. In fact, I may not just say huge, it is immense. Let's realize today, all the towers that we have across the country, according to the most recent indications, approximately 35 to 40% have only been fiberized. This requires to go up to approximately 70% for it to really make a difference to the network. And honestly, I must say, in this period, the telecom service providers have done yeoman service. They have shifted their entire network pattern from mobility-centric to nomadic. People were not moving. So the need for moving or mobility as the central force of the cellular network was not being felt as much. Mobile broadband has been growing at around over 50% CAGR, and India's presently data usage is the highest in the world. And part of this is because of the universe of users. Part of this is because of the very aggressive tariff rates. But there still means there's a huge upside, because we only stand approximately 7.5% of households, and compared to other countries like Brazil and China, where it is much, much higher. So opportunities for growth exist, opportunities for broadband exist, and opportunities for fiber development also exist. But I want to also introduce a slightly different perspective over here. And as knowledge partners, I think we have a responsibility to do that. It's not just about wireline and wireless. There are many other technologies which are also capable technologies which have developed recently and are coming to their fore. Things like FSOC, which is the free space optics technology. Things like E-band, which has been referred to as the backhaul pipe bar none. Things like SATCOM, the new introduction of LEOs and MEOs, apart from the originally understood GEO satellites. In fact, the next 5G has a very definite component of SATCOM as part of the entire standards. And I think as we move on and our growth continues, and India is growing enormously, we have to be able to figure out a good mix of all these new technologies and different technologies to ensure that our bandwidth grows, our speeds increase, and our customer experience at the end of the day improves. That is the one thing which I think in the last 2 years has taken a bit of a beating. But on that happy note, with opportunities ahead of us, let me not stand in the way of the rest of the discussion. Over to you again, Sashi. All the very best for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajatji. Now we have the speaker from Commscope, Dr. Alper, which will be on video, I believe. He's joining us on live. Can we connect him? Dr. Alper video, yeah, live.
Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to participate again FTTH India Summit. I wish I could be there in person, hopefully next year. Our dependency to data and connectivity has reached unprecedented levels. This trend has already been in play over the last several decades. The global pandemic has clearly accelerated it. Our dependency to data and underlying connectivity is transforming the way we work, entertain, learn, and connect. It simply is transforming every aspect of our lives. This is why some call it a revolution, fourth industrial revolution. Fourth industrial revolution, in my opinion, is not simply about smart manufacturing. It defines the next phase of socio-economic activity. The connectivity that underlies all of this is essential. It must be always already there. It must be ultra responsive, robust, and resilient. Over the last decades, the focus has been on downstream performance. With the work from home, the focus has shifted to need for better upstream performance as well, and latency. The networks of the past were being designed for bandwidth. The networks of the future will be designed for latency. We need a number of technologies to enable the required levels of connectivity. FTTH, 5G, Wi-Fi 6. The networks of the future will be heterogeneous to enable the services of the future. IoT, virtual reality, augmented reality, and metaverse. All of this make us dependent to flawless and effortless connectivity. At the foundation of this interconnected world, hyper-connected world, there is fiber. Without an excellent fiber optic network, none of this is possible. According to FTTH Council Europe, the net cost of fiber optic crosshaul and backhaul can be reduced significantly, up to 65 to 96%, by deploying an optimized converged fiber network in advance. This is a very striking data point. We need to design and deploy our fiber optic network as a multi-service delivery platform, a converged fiber network. Here is an example of a converged multi-service fiber optic network infrastructure. It elegantly shares physical assets between wired and wireless networks and enables FTTH, fiber to the enterprise, 5G services, and small cells for network densification. Converged fiber networks can be used to augment capacity to support 5G small cells. Passive WDM with multiple wavelengths onto a single fiber can be utilized for 5G applications. Fiber network convergence is a powerful concept. When done in the right way, it will significantly reduce your total cost of deployment, total cost of ownership, enable faster deployment, and reduce network capacity. One big factor that reduces fiber network rollout speeds and increases deployment costs is splicing. Simply put, fiber optic splicing involves cutting and joining two fiber optic cables together. This requires skilled resource and special tools. Availability of skilled resource capable of splicing and sometimes tools often becomes a bottleneck at times of major network rollouts. Commscope has innovative, patented, plug-and-play fiber technology that will allow you to minimize the need for splicing. It will significantly increase your fiber network deployment speed and reduce your costs. It has a significant impact to your total cost of ownership and rollout speeds. Here is a real-world example how Commscope plug-and-play fiber indexing technology can create tangible value for service providers rolling out FTTH network in an emerging market environment, similar to India. 90% of the splices removed. 82% applicability across the network rollout. 36% of the labor cost associated with ODN rollout has been decreased. 19% product cost reduction overall, and 42% quicker optical network build. On a 25 months overall FTTH rollout program, this technology enables reduction of 5 months from 25 months. Quite significant impact, especially when you consider that this comes with an improvement in total cost of ownership. And finally, as Commscope, we understand the importance of India government's Made in India initiative. In fact, we are already committed to Made in India since 1997. We have a 32,000 square meter state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in beautiful Goa, which was established in 1997. We design and manufacture our connectivity and wireless products in this facility. The next decade will be very exciting for India. There will be massive fiber and 5G rollouts. This will not be only a crucial phase for telecom industry, but also fundamental for the overall socio-economic development of India. At the end of the 2020s, there will be a much more stronger and prosperous India. Development in broadband infrastructure is and will continue to be an essential aspect of this development. We are excited and committed to be a key stakeholder in this process. We are here to contribute to India. Thank you.
Now we move to the next speaker, Shri Tajendra Kumar, who is the CTO, Home Broadband, Bharti Airtel Limited. Over to Tajendra.
Thank you, Sasi, and good morning to everyone here presented here. So, just to give you, context, everyone has spoken about need of FTTH, or we can say high-speed broadband. We have witnessed in last 2 years, with the after pandemic or during the pandemic also. Just imagine, everybody was sitting at home, and imagine there is no connectivity. What could have been, possible scenarios? Okay, no office, no schools, no talking to relatives on video calls, etc. So in last 2 years, everybody has witnessed the importance of broadband to everyone's life, and that is now that's importance, and that trend will continue in the coming future as well. So everybody has spoken why FTTH is required, okay, or we can say why broadband or high-speed internet is required. So we have seen first when the OTT, right? So before pandemic, Netflix was just I can say 10%, 20% of people were using the Netflix and other OTT platform. But during the pandemic and now, everybody is still, wondering when the new movie will come on Netflix, or when new movie will come on the Hotstar or Amazon Prime. So that interest, or that attachment to the OTT has grown multi-folds, and the revenue of OTT has shown that in the market that user has grown multi-folds, data download on the OTT has grown multifold. So the requirement of the broadband again has proven that without high-speed broadband, the future of OTT will not be there. Okay, and with high-speed internet, OTT has grown. Second is cloud, gaming. The gamers, okay, so they need faster connectivity. Imagine what is 1 millisecond you can ask from a gamer. Okay, moment they are shooting somebody and they are without the latency of 1 millisecond, somebody will lose the game. So with high-speed internet, gaming will boost, and that is the requirement of gamers as well. They need connectivity with very, very, very less latency moment they play the games. Okay. Third one is the 5G. Okay, FTTH will play a major role in rolling out the 5G, because moment we roll out the FTTH, same network, same can be used for backhauling the FTTH 5G towers. Next one is video calling, Zoom, Teams. Before pandemic, even nobody knows about Zoom. What is Zoom, right? Few people aware of Zoom, but during the pandemic and now, this is now part of life. You can imagine here also the attendance. We used to attend this exhibition before pandemic. The house was full. Now you can say attendance on the virtual is more than as compared to the physical. So this trend will continue. So the demand of high speed broadband will continue, and it will grow manifold in coming years. So everybody needs high speed broadband. What is the problem? So Rajat has already spoken that penetration of wired broadband in India is only 7.5%, which is a concern. And the TRI website also shows that we have only 2.26 million of broadband subscriber in India. Whereas, what is the solution for this? Okay, we need to go each and every house, because this demand of high-speed broadband is now a necessity of life. Everybody wants it, but we don't have that penetration of wired broadband. Now, 90%, I can say, 92-93% of households still depend on the wireless connectivity, which is not sufficient. As the last I was talking about OTT video calls and the gaming, high-speed gaming, which is not sufficient as compared to the wideband. So what is the solution? We need to roll out the FTTH in a very rapid way. Okay, just to give you a perspective on the market, right? So till 2016, the broadband subscriber were only 17 million. Till before pandemic on 2019, the growth was only 3%. But post 2019 pandemic, the growth has grown. The growth of broadband subscriber as 19%. I think this is the decade or 2 decades growth in a 2 years or 3 years of time. And this, if this trend continues, by 2015, the broadband wired subscriber in India will be around 40 plus million. Is this enough? No. If you see the data in India, there are around 300 million households in India, which is 210 million in rural and 90 million households in still urban area, India. And with this growth, till 2015, this wired broadband penetration will go up to 40 to 50%, which is not enough. Forget about rural India. Even in urban India, that penetration will be around 40 to 50%, which is not sufficient. And we want more on this, okay? So one more data point. Whatever growth is coming, it is coming on seven states. 55% of the growth of broadband subscribers is coming from only from 7 states. And then in 15 states, the 15 cities, 42% of growth is coming. That means we are growing, but only limited to few cities and few states. Okay, so this is not enough. Everybody want a wire and fast broadband. So we need to roll out very rapidly. And this, we as an operator, and we want to do, and we want to take lead here. So what are the challenges, right? The cost of the ROW, that is right of way, is very high still in India. Okay, imagine in few states you have to dig 1 kilometer, it is costing you millions. Okay, some state has reduced the prices. You can follow that is India mission that government is following, but still many states are there. It's very, very high. Second, to get a permission, we need to chase so many authorities, right? We want some single window system should be there. There are, for digging a 1 kilometer, there's sometimes there are 3-4 authorities we need to take permissions, right? And with this rapid demand of FTTH, we don't have skilled and even the adequate manpower to roll out the fiber FTTH in even urban India. So that is again a problem. And then there is a local challenge, right? Apart from RW, we need to take permission from the RWS, some local bodies as well. So that is again a problem, which delays the end FTTH rollout. So what are the solutions? Okay. So as I said, ROW should be subsidized, right? Or I would prefer it should be free, because everybody want internet and that's the government priority as well. So this should be free and it should be a single window and with defined timelines, right? So moment somebody applies for a permission, it should be available with no time, because once this process is there, then only the rollout will start and it will be rolled on very, very fast manner. And then we have government is running Skill India mission, right? So this program for FTTH trainings, maybe splicing, should be part of that program, so that we have sufficient and skilled manpower available on the ground who can help us in rolling out the FTTH. And then, like once a condo is given an OC, they have to acquire a fire safety certificate. Same way, fiber should be mandatory. Moment it is given OC, a fiber inside the building should be there. So that's one, rather than we chase for a permission, it should be auto available to everybody who want to roll out inside that, because subscriber or customer inside that condo or RW should be given free access to the broadband. And then the 5G and the FTTH, how they are interrelated. So this moment we are rolling out a fiber in an area, this same fiber we can use for connectivity to the 5G base stations, and same fiber can be used for giving the connectivity to the corporates. That means sharing of fiber is possible, and FTTH will be a backhaul for the connectivity for everybody. It can be 5G base station or any corporate offices. And then the fastest operation moment today also, if you need to wire up base station, you need to install bigger muxes inside the box, inside that cabinet. But with FTTH, only small SFP based ONU can be used to backhaul that 5G base station. Imagine the space that is with less space you can fiberize that 5G base station. And then again the with smaller size of ONU, space footprint will be very less. And with FTTH available on the area, we can roll out the 5G very, very fast. For example, let's say with the current situation in India, fiber rollout for the now will be a challenge, and it will be there, but it will be just very slow. What are the options available with operator to give the broadband to everybody? Let's say to start with the urban houses, that is around 100 million households. What are the alternate options, right? So my fellow speaker already talked about FSOs, right? Some operators are doing trials on this technology. It's a light-based connectivity. We can have around 10 Gbps speed on one link. Even in India, the trials are happening, but still it's a very experimental stage. It will take some time to get this technology stable, and then we can go to the commercial deployment. Third is satellite broadband. This is also talk of the town these days. Many companies have applied for the satellite licenses, and hopefully we'll see a launch of satellite broadband in coming maybe next year, hopefully in India as well. And then E-band. Moment this auction of the E-band will be there, then we'll have a alternate to the last mile fiber, right? So wherever fiber rollout is getting delayed, or it is taking time, or maybe the cost of ROW is still there, very high, we can use E-band as a backhaul connectivity. And third one is Wi-Fi 6. This can be used in last mile inside the home, or maybe inside the complex, where we can provide at least a good speed of broadband internet connectivity through wireless. That's also from my side. I think the key point here, broadband, FTTH, the demand will be there, and I can tell you this will be grown multi-fold next coming years. And if government supports us, and we are wanted to take a lead on rolling out the fiber, so challenges and solution we already discussed. So hopefully this decade will be a broadband decade for the as I can see in the future. So all the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanjar, giving the insight of FTTH, and I agree the skill development, and Arvind Bali, who's the CEO of the Telecom Skill Development Council, should be here, who can help you in getting the skill developed people to look after the fiber. Ladies and gentlemen, as Tendra also pointed out, the Wi-Fi 6. So we already planned for a Wi-Fi 6 event soon to talk about that as well. Now, the next speaker is still stuck in the traffic, and I know Vivek Bansalji has to move, so I'm just skipping one speaker here. I request Vivek Bansalji to address the gathering, who's the Director, CFA of Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Sir.
A very good morning. Namaskar. The eminent personalities on the dais and the galaxy of the experts in this august audience, physically as well as because we cannot see, but I am told there are a number of people in few hundreds in number connected virtually. So a very good morning to all of you. After spending 3.5 decades in technology field, especially in telecom field, I find that my generation, I can't call it our generation, because I see a lot of very young faces whose date of birth is after I graduated from the college. So my generation has seen the biggest revolution in the telecommunication. So on the other day, I was in my alumni association function with my college and one of the final year graduates. So I was telling that we have seen the biggest revolution. And he said, sir, what revolution? At that time, copper used to come to our father's home. Now it is fiber. So it is just change of a wire, which is changed in last 4 decades. So how do you define that this is the biggest revolution? So let us start from the beginning. In the year 1990, as late as 1990, in the Department of Telecommunication, when I had already become a part of it, we had a telephone exchange where there was no switch. And it was half a dozen persons sitting on a dashboard actually patching up the caller to the called one. Though Alexas have come later, but that time you have to pick up the phone and give a voice command, please give me 114. And there'll be a manual operator who will patch the wire going to the house of 114 on the dashboard. So that switch function was performed by a person, all manual. And then we had seen electromechanical switches, electronic switches, new technology switches. And then now we have soft switches, and we no more call them switches. We are calling them routers. And then there used to be only a very low bandwidth voice communication for which we had put in the network. And then we had to change the whole philosophy of the network to make it a high-speed data communication network. And that time when even the exchange did not have a switch, which now we are calling routers, now we are talking every home is having a router, wherein the fiber which is coming to the home is a backhaul for that router. And a group of people, mostly our family members and family friends, they are using it, the high-speed internet on a wireless device. So in between, we have also seen the wireline technology and the wireless technology, the mobiles, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi. I don't know whether it started with 1.0, but now we call it Wi-Fi 6. So though it may look as simple as that the metal which was coming to our house was copper and now it is a fiber, it has actually really revolutionized the whole concept. And when speakers before me spoke of the 5Gs, the fiberized towers, I can't resist myself sharing you the very old story which we all of us have studied in the schools, of a hare and a tortoise. खरगोश और कछुए की कहानी हम सब ने सुनी है. I'll just give a upgraded, enhanced, and a modern version of that story. We all know both won the race. This is actually the story which is going in wireless and wireline. It is very difficult to define which service is wireless, which service is wireline, क्योंकि जो आपके पास आ रहा है वो इस difficult terrain से दोनों टेक्नोलॉजी के फ्यूजन से आ रहा है. One of my earlier speaker also told that out of 300 million homes, 210 million homes, 21 crores are in rural areas. Before I make way for the other experts to come and enrich ourselves by more on technology and the development, I will say that from the BSNL side, as I represent the organization as on date, these 210 million homes is our new target. And we are reaching to all the rural areas with this fiber in a very big way. And I'll tell you that in a couple of years' time, most of the rural areas will be as smart, because we have seen wherever we have reached, they have adopted the FTTH, the new high-speed internet consumption, as seamlessly as we urbanites did after going through different steps. And I also know that in a couple of years, these rural geographies will be as smart as any metro, because these rural homes will be fiberized and they are no less needy for the high-speed internet connectivity and no less greedy for the data consumption. So I wish all the best for the session today, going throughout the day. It must be very useful and fruitful for all of us who can contribute to our rural and urban masses equally for devising such use cases, reaching to them, connecting them, so they can also have a more convenient, more better, more modern, more featureful life going ahead. Thank you very much. Amen.
Thank you, sir. You are right. More than 185 people have joined online from various parts of this country as well as from abroad. You know, the technology, as you are right, has come all the way from Padosi ka phone till on the hybrid. We used to write PP phone number in our school time, so we used to call Padosi ka phone. From there to hybrid mode now, from virtual to physical, as well as you can see both. So now I welcome Yugal all the way. He just landed from Mumbai and he managed to reach from the traffic. Yugal is here with us. Yugal Kishore Sharma is the CEO, One OTT Internet Limited, Entertainment India Limited. So before Yugal, you'll take 1 minute. So now I invite Yugal to address the gathering. So good that Delhi traffic is better than Mumbai, Yugal. You made it.
Thank you, Shashi, my friend. First of all, I would like to say that my sincere apologies. But on the positive side, I have not missed a single minute of the presentation. I heard Rajat ji. I asked my marketing head, who's the first speaker? I missed his introduction. He says it's Mr. TV Ramachandran. I said, I know TVR very well. He's not TVR for sure. So that's what I just told him. So I think Mr. Rajat set the stage perfect. What that fiber is today, what was mobility in the last 3 decades. We were solving as a country the problem of voice. I just heard Vivek ji, right? Speaking about his age. I remember I was a kid growing up. My first BSNL phone, it took us some 3-4 years after paying in Tatkal 25,000 rupees. So those were the days of copper. And I'm sure where he's coming from, what he's sharing. So in our country, actually I've gone in MSO business for last 10-15 years. So Hindi apne aap nikalti hai bahar. So I work very closely with the local cable operators and the MSOs and all that. So yeah, so the country was facing a big challenge to be connected on voice, correct? So the mobile networks in the beginning from your 2G to 2.5 to up to 3G, of course 3G came and went, we don't know, suddenly we were on 4G. So all that was solving mostly voice and to an extent mobile internet. Until 4G came, thanks to the top operators, right? They have been able to make me be part of this beautiful session online, right on my way here. And I didn't miss anything, right? And actually in today's world, it's completely a connected world. So before I get into my deck, it'll take exactly 10 minutes. And I wanted Vivek ji, he's busy, but I wanted him to be definitely here because we are in the similar field for last 2-3 decades, trying to solve the problem of voice and now data, right? And we are also solving the problem of video because my company, which is 100% Hinduja Group owned company, also is a large MSO. So as the gentleman from Airtel said, that satellite broadband is started to emerge. We have seen a lot of action. Today's real action hero is satellite broadband. We have heard so much about it in the last 3-4 months. Big boys coming here and they have packed. And hearing the state minister for Telecom saying all the best to Elon Musk was a very big statement for our country in today's times. And I really salute him. And I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart that today India is in a dominant position, a growing, very fast growing economy. And the world is watching that. So that's why, our telecom minister for the state said, all the best to Mr. Elon Musk with his satellite broadband. Coming back to it, today's topic, which we are all debating, it's very close to my heart because like Rajat ji said, the time of the wireline has emerged. Like the gentleman from Airtel said, in the last 2 years, you could attend school for your children. You could attend your office work. You could attend all the things which you were there in normal life during the pandemic of close to 8 quarters, 2 years plus, right? And I'm surprised some of the groups in India, I will not name them, the Western groups, they declared and they found a huge opportunity by cutting down their real estate, cutting down their offices, and finding out ways and means to run their operations by cutting huge overheads and huge operational costs. There are some Indian groups who have still not gone mainline into work from office. I was so happy to know that there are Indian groups in our country who are still ahead of maybe Google or Facebook or the Western large IT companies. And they have learned much better than to operate during these pandemic times. And they say it's a huge advantage of cutting down unnecessary overheads, cut down real estate, rentals by half and things like that. So slight digression, but very close to my heart, because the last 2 years, sir, and the other dignitaries on the dais and my friends from the industry, I call it similarly like the BC and AD of before Christ and after Christ. It is before Corona and after Corona. This is the new BC and AC of the world, that the whole world has moved into a completely different world with this pandemic learning of last 2 years. It's not the same world, and it will not remain the same world. Different viruses, different situations will come. Even if they will not come, they will subside. The human being, across races, across countries, civilization, they will just move forward. They have learned how to adapt. And the biggest thing that has happened is, I can tell you very clearly, I have been in telecom for 27 years. I have seen the first wave, second wave, third wave, and of course the Corona wave now. I could never believe, and although I was the first guy in this country, in this region, to bring video conferencing, I was the managing director for Telecom, which brought audio and video conferencing to the world and to India region. And I started that 2003 to 2009. And I couldn't believe, I can't believe ever, unless the pandemic showed us that you can be part of a meeting despite you blame it on traffic or you blame it on anything, but you were part of the meeting, right? So actually, except physically not being here, I didn't miss anything. So with that, I think I'll have to, yeah, so I think building India's digital economy is all the discussion all about. I've been with Shashi right from the first, I think, chapter of FTTH. I think, if I'm not wrong, it was in Lee Meridian, if I'm not wrong, right? And then in Lalit sometime, and then of course in Bombay, Leela last time, before you got here, right? So I was in Leela also speaking on the same discussion from the industry perspective. And in the 5th edition, there's a huge change, right? After 2018, they're doing it now. And I will share what the change is and how companies, how technology, and how everything, as a human race, we progress and move forward. Yeah, so I have to press the green one, right? One sec. Yeah, so I think I was just telling Rajat ji, he was saying fiber to home is the key. Vivek ji said, अब वो तार जो घर में कॉपर था, अब वो फाइबर है, right? Or fiber sirf, as rightly said by my friend from Airtel, and of course Rajat ji, 7% homes में sirf, और वो 7% homes भी, it is 90% plus copper. So there's a huge technology refresh to be done. Look at the opportunity for all of us, and look at the opportunity now, especially after pandemic, where it has been shown that you actually need to be well equipped at home with a always on, robust, high speed internet, right? To run your home, to run your business, to run your office and everything, right? So I could foresee this, and way back in 2018, I think, or 17 rather, by 18, I had applied for a registered trademark. And I said, fiber to home kya hai? Fiber is a technology, FTTH is a technology, access technology. But what is it doing actually? It is bringing future to the home. To me, FTTH, and I got the registered mark on my name, it's future to the home. And you will see how in the subsequent slides. We all know this lion, right? And this lion is becoming even bigger and larger in the last several years, with semiconductors also getting in. And as we have heard from the METI's secretary, sir, and various other departments. And connect, propel, and secure. This is the mission of the three mission or the building blocks of Digital India program of our proud nation, which I think is moving very fast. And actually it's propelling the growth. And you will see how. This is a very interesting slide. I think it's a little busy. I can turn from here. So this I had shown in 2018. And you'll be surprised to see how the government-led digital services and the digital programs have grown, right? If you see eKYC, 870 million pe tha pehle, when I met everybody here last, and it is up to 1.15 billion. So there's a 1.32x growth from a period of 18 to 22, right? Similarly, there are other statistics. I will not go too much in details, all available, but I just put together on one slide. Daily transactions from 98 million to 160 million, 63% growth, right, in the last 4 years. CSC, 3.25 million to 4.61 million, 1.42x growth. And similarly, Aadhaar, 26.7 billion transactions to 70.56 billion transactions. Today, if you really ask me, I was at Rishikesh last weekend due to personal reasons. It was a holy trip. You'll not believe I had some 3,000-4,000 rupees only in my purse. And I felt ATM, I can take it anywhere, but right from river rafting, right from puja, right from everything, my Google Pay or Paytm or something other was working perfectly fine, right? And it was all possible because of this humongous unified program of identification, the Aadhaar for eKYC and things like that, right? So, I mean, I can tell you how fast the country has moved. They just show you that, QR code. Sorry, I mean, it's so amazing and you feel so happy that every vendor, whether it is street, hawker for fruits or anything and everything, and of course, pandemic, leapfrog this by bringing the world 15 to 20 years ahead. Had the pandemic not been there, it may not have been so fast a progress, but India adapted very fast. So these are all growth standards. So 264% on Aadhaar authenticated transaction. This is business-led. Internet subscribers from 640 million to 784, thanks to our top operators. Fixed line operators have contributed nothing in this virtually, but this is all due to our large big brothers, and that has grown 1.22x. Mostly mobile internet, by the way. That's all mostly mobile internet. And social media users from 290 to 371. I'm sure all our friends from Facebook and others will be very happy. WhatsApp has gone again from 400 to 459. And similarly, e-commerce from 176.8 million to 624. Huge, huge upscale. Why? Pandemic. Out of the 4 years of 18 to now, 2 have been pandemic, and that's where the real adaptation of technology and digital services happened. And similarly, digital payments, which I've given an example, from 24.3 billion transactions to 239, almost 10x. I mean, unimaginable, right? So these are the trends which bring me to my favorite theme of India becoming a $5 trillion economy. Why? It's Government of India, Prime Minister of India's vision, which he had taken in the last elections when they won. I have nothing to do with that, except I am part of an industry along with all of you, which will contribute even more than it was envisaged to ensure that dream will come true. That's why I'm happy to be with all of you in this industry. And earlier it was said, as you can see in the slides, I will go fast, that this is the breakup. 1 trillion was to be contributed from digital services. I am sure with the pandemic and other industries taking a slight setback, this will be contributing even more. And this is the breakup from, digital communication services, digital payments. If you see that pie for digital services, I have already shown you last 4 years growth, what has happened, right? So this pie is going to get even much more bigger, and hence the contribution from digital services in next couple of years is going to be even much more. That's why last 2 days, this news is from last 2 days. Again, a very positive from our government. IMF says we will miss the bus for $5 trillion economy. That's what IMF says. What does Mr. Sharma say? Not me, I'm also Mr. Sharma, but you have Mr. Alkesh Kumar Sharma there. He says, we're not going to miss the bus. The government straight away came up and said, no, we are going, his charter is to reach the 1 trillion digital economy as part of the METI secretary. And he says very clearly that India will be the largest connected nation. These are the statements that even excite us even more, because from the private sector, from the industry, whatever we are doing, we know that the government is completely spearheading that vision, and we are all giving our contribution to that, and part of it, everybody grows. And of course, the country reaches where it is to reach. And of course, focusing on building India's high technology. And that's what I said about semiconductors. And commercially, it has to be launched. You know, the first indigenous chipset, the government has taken a statement, not mine, METI secretary. 2023-24, India will have its first indigenous chipset semiconductor. Very big statement. I have no reason not to believe it, because all the other statements in terms of movement are falling in place. Of course, there could be some here and there missing of goals because of, of course, overall pandemic and things like that. But by and large, at least we are thinking and moving on that direction. So directionally, we are absolutely right. So similarly, there's a huge spurge of $10 billion kind of investment to be more, to be provided by the government in the manufacturing sector. There are various schemes, PLI and all that. I'm not going to that. But this is what I believe, what Rajat laid the foundation very clear. A ubiquitous high-speed internet capacity and coverage across geographies will actually change and make all this happen. So being in the FTTH India here, being part of FTTH industry and contributing towards increasing penetration, this is where more and more digital economy will be coming in from, the more and more robust networks that we will have. And the same thing goes to a village. All kind of services. I'm also saying that we are part of entertainment. We have TV channels, we have movies, we have several negative rights for various movies. A lot of people do not know Hinduja Group produced most of the Amitabh Bachchan and Raj Kapoor movies. So we have 800 movies to our credit. There's another company that I manage called In Entertainment. So that has got all these rights. So this is all what we plan to bring to even the rural, customers and users, digital service, including on-demand entertainment. And this is a connected home. We have all grown up, like Vivek ji said, copper first, and copper we had the DSL router and modem, right? And then we had now one powerful FTTH router, right? We were not happy with single band. I get a lot of customer complaints now. They want dual band, because that can power more than 100 Mbps wireless speed at home, correct? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. So now the home will be all connected in different corners with various Wi-Fi devices. Just like from a single AC, we move to a centralized AC home. You'll move from a single Wi-Fi router to a Wi-Fi connected home on a mesh network, powering each and every corner of the home, because every aspect of your life will be touched on wirelessly, right? And of course, powered by the internet. Last couple of slides. This is the future to the home, which I said. And these are the slides that I had shown in 2018. This was the entertainment at home. We have another registered mark called entertainment powered on internet. These are the services. I'm asking all of you this question, including the dignitaries on the dais. This is the screen which we had shown, Ye Sab Hoga, 2018. Like the gentleman from Airtel said, Netflix, kitne log use karte the pehle? Right? You had said that how many people used Netflix before the pandemic? Today, people have used and also started to get out of that monthly subscription, right? Because they have consumed a lot of content. Plus, of course, they have brought the prices down, but still it's quite prohibitive when you have MX Player for free. So things like that. So this, back. Yeah, so connect voice, data, TV everywhere, screen, video on demand, gaming, IoT for a connected home. All these are the applications that I had shown. But today, and then I had said that you will be watching movies streaming at your home. This is what I said in 2018. And it will be all powered through players like 1 Giga Fibre, Airtel, and others. And today, this is your screen at home. I'm sure all of you are finding this screen familiar. Am I correct? So this is what is your screen now. Whatever I showed you 6 quadrants in that screen is actually everything available on your screen today. You have to just go and click what you want to see. You want to see live TV, you want to see movies, you want to see, anything. So that's called on-demand entertainment, and which we call entertainment. And this led us, whatever I have done a extended discussion talk, I think has led us, keeping my CEO cap of Hinduja Broadband on my head, resulted in more than 1 million customers for us. And half of it came in the last 2 years. So we grew every year at a CAGR, Rajatji said the CAGR, and I think Airtel also, they said, but we grew at a CAGR of close to 80% year on year for last 6 years consistently, which means almost doubling our numbers every year. So that made us to become in the top 4 private operators after, our big brother, then our Airtel, then ACT, and then we being at the 4th position as One Broadband. And our future goal in every digital, communication in our office, you'll find this wall everywhere. So that wall is achieved on 25th of March as 1 million, is now changed to 2 million. And this is our new goal, that why can't we double this year? And the opportunity is there. Pandemic has shown us why robust networks are required and why massive fiberization is to happen and things like that. So that's what we're going to do as a company. From fourth number as a player in 6 years, we aim to become the 3rd largest ISP. And we have to do nothing. We have to do just what we did for last 6 years and just repeat it this year, and we will be there in the top 3 league. So with that, thank you so much. Our aspiration is not to be the largest like our bigger brothers, but our aspiration is definitely to be the best, most loved ISP of the country. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry it was slightly long, but I usually try to complete the story.
Thank you, Yugal, for a very interactive session. I know Vivek Bansalji need to leave. Can we have the memento, please? Sir, I need to present a memento before you go. Thank you, Vivek Bandalji, for joining us. Now we move to the next speaker, Sarvesh Singhji, who's the CMD of Bharat Broadband Network Limited, which we call it BBNL. See, Sarvesh Kumarji.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais. The topic for today is fiber and the FTTH networks. And BharatNet, as you all may be aware, is very central to the topic. So I thought that maybe I, as CMD BBNL, will go there and share my experience on the fiber and the FTTH networks. BBNL, all of you may be knowing or may not be knowing, is doing the work of establishment, operation, and maintenance of BharatNet. And BharatNet is a middle mile infrastructure that we are creating between the block and the GPs. And the purpose is to extend broadband connectivity to the rural India. The objective was to connect all the Gram Panchayats of the country. Earlier, the mandate was to connect all the Gram Panchayats of the country, roughly 2.64 lakhs. And the new mandate, as per the new mandate, we'll be reaching now all the villages, 6.4 lakh villages, including the GPs. So the new mandate is huge, and we have to achieve it in next 3 to 4 years. So the media of choice in BharatNet is the optical fiber cable. And for the time being, we have connected something like 1.78 lakh Gram Panchayats. Largely, most of 1.74 lakhs are on optical fiber cable. So you can see that how optical fiber cable has been used in BharatNet. And although we have used alternate media also, roughly 2% of the gram panchayats we are connecting on satellite. We are also using radio to connect a few gram panchayats, but mostly satellite and other media, radio and other places, they are used where we are not able to reach the gram panchayats and the villages on optical fiber cable. We have laid some, almost 5.72 lakh kilometers of optical fiber cable to connect these gram panchayats. And another something, say 48,000 gram panchayats further planned to be connected, mostly on optical fiber cable, and we'll be laying almost 1.4 lakh kilometers of fiber that is planned to be laid in another one and a half years to connect the balance 48,000 gram panchayats. That will take the fiber to almost in BharatNet to 7.1 lakh kilometers. So with this, we'll be connecting almost 2.25 lakh gram panchayats. And beyond that, BharatNet has taken the PPP route. So we are coming out with the PPP tenders in which we plan to connect the balance 41,000 odd gram panchayats which are left, which will be left over after connecting the 2.25 lakh gram panchayats. And further beyond that, almost 3.79 lakh villages also will be connecting. Most of this connectivity will be provided on fiber. So fiber, what we are looking at is almost 17.5 lakh kilometers of fiber will be laid through the PPP route in the next 4 to 5 years. If I assume that I'll be finalizing my tenders in another 1 year, then 3 years of execution. So if everything goes as per the plans and all, then the extended BharatNet or the Brihat BharatNet, which will be connecting all the gram panchayats and villages of the country in next 5 years will be roughly 23 to 24 lakh kilometers of optical fiber cable. So from the present 5.7 lakhs, it will be 4 times. So that is the plan, and that is the plan to lay optical fiber cable under BharatNet. So that is one. And then coming to the FTTH connections and all. So if you see in the country, as per the latest TRI report I was seeing, the country has something like say 78 crore broadband connections overall, wired and wireless. Out of it, 97% of the broadband as of now is being delivered through mobile only. And the 3%, roughly 2.66 crore are connections, broadband connections are through wired. They are the wired broadband connections. So, so if you see compared to the developed countries and all, the country may be having something like 25 to 27 crore households. And if you see, so the percentage that will come to is 10 to 11 connections per 100 households, and say 1.9 to 2 connections per 100 inhabitants. If you compare it with the developed countries, the figure is 30 to 40. So 2 compared to 30 to 40, this is where we stand in terms of the FTTH connections. So the proliferation of not the FTTH connections, but the broadband, wired broadband connections. FTTH, I don't have the exact figures, but it may be now 60 to 70% of the total wired broadband connections, it may be there. So, compared to the developed countries, we're still very far off, whether it's urban or rural. The proliferation of wired broadband connections is pretty low in the country as compared to the developed countries. But if you see I'll be talking more on the rural part, because BharatNet deals with rural India and connectivity to rural population. So, so my focus will be more on the rural part and my experience, what I had been experiencing while providing the connectivity and the broadband connections to rural India. So if you see out of this 2.66 crore wired broadband connections, hardly 6 to 7% connections are there in the rural India, which means if you translate into, and rural India has twice the households as compared to the urban. So if you translate it into the connectivity to the rural India, it will come to say only 1% of the households are connected. So imagine only 1% of the households in rural India are connected on wired broadband connections. And those connections, the rural India, those connections, a lot of them have been, BSNL has the largest presence, but that presence is also there, mainly there in the block level. But going up to the BharatNet is about going up to the Gram Panchayats and the villages beyond the blocks and below the blocks. So below the blocks, at the Gram Panchayat level, at the village level, the number of connections are pretty low. And whatever figures I maintain in BBNL for BharatNet, we have provided something like 2.28 lakh connections, FTTH connections in rural India at the Gram Panchayat level, at the village level. And largely, say 50% or say 55% of them are to the government institutions in the rural India, which have been provided through government funds actually. And say balance 1 lakh plus are the private connections, and that also say 65% maybe have been provided by CSC SPV, and 13,000, 14,000 connections, the same percentage, in terms of percentage also will come the same. It's by the BSNL, and 25,000 odd have been provided by the private ISPs. So now what is the challenge? Why such a low connectivity in rural India on the FTTH? Because the topic was FTTH networks. I thought that maybe my experience I'll share with you. So the FTTH connection, otherwise also, as I said, countrywide, I mean, India as a whole, compared to the world, the proliferation is pretty low of the wired broadband connections. But in rural India, it is very, very low. The reason, what I see is that the number one reason is that most of the private ISPs or the TSPs and whoever have to provide the connections, the hands, they're already full. They have the business in the cities, they have the business in the towns. They still once they don't see any need to go to the rural India. So they'll go only when there's they find viability and other things and all. Rural India is generally perceived as poor, as they think that they are poor, there's poverty, they may not be purchasing power, and even if there's a purchasing power, maybe they'll, because of the literacy and other things, they may not be willing to spend. So private ISPs are not interested that way. I agree with them that yes, rural India has low purchasing power. It may be something, yes, the average income in rural India may be say 1 lakh per annum, and compared to the urban, which is some 2.8 lakhs. So that is perfectly fine, I agree with them. And then rural India is actually remote, and in order to provide the services also, there are challenges. Nobody has presence at that level, at the Gram Panchayat level, at the village level. So providing the services, maintaining the services, hiring the people over there. So that is a challenge, and it's a costly affair also. So there are viability issues if you have to provide the connections in rural India. Then there are obviously like you don't have the access devices, smartphones, affordable smartphones, computers, laptops and all, so that maybe if somebody takes the FTTH connection, it can be used. So there is a challenge with the access devices also. So with all this, there are a lot of challenges for providing the broadband connections in the rural India. But I'll just share with you two statistics. One is that as per the TRI report, out of that 78 crore broadband connections that we have in rural India, almost 30%, 38% of these connections are in rural. 78 crore countrywide, 38% are in rural India. And the data consumption for these 38 crore connections is 45% of the total. So this 38% rural wired broadband customers account for 45% of the total data consumption. So which is an indication that there's a hunger, there is a people really want to, I mean, there is a hunger for data in rural India, and which we are failing to meet. So that is one. And second is that if you see the social complete economic data in the country, there is not only a divide between urban and rural, there is also a divide between the rich and the poor, whether it is urban or rural. There is a divide between rich and poor. The countrywide, the statistics show that 10% of the people, 10% of the households in the country, they own 50% of the physical assets, financial assets, everything and all. This discrepancy, whether it is urban may be having something like 10% people may be owning 57, 58% of the assets, while in rural it may be say 51% or 52%. So if you see, there is a divide. So what I want to try to convey is that there is a substantial percent of the rural rich who have the capacity to pay. 10% of the people even in rural India have got good capacity to pay. 20% may be owning 70% of the assets. Everywhere, whether it's rural or urban, bottom 50% of the people, they own just less than 10% of the assets. So if we target the rural rich, which is 10 to 20% of the people, which is a substantial number, this number may vary across the regions, across the states, across the blocks, because may not be the discrepancy may be less in Jammu and Kashmir, maybe more in Punjab, maybe more. So it varies. But generally, there is a strata in rural India who have the capacity to pay. Now, so that is what we have to convince. BBNL is trying to convince the private ISPs that there is a demand to be met. The people are crying. There is a demand to be met, but somehow we are failing to meet the demand. Private ISPs are not interested because of various challenges. One of the biggest challenges also, which I admit, is that the BharatNet network, there are challenges on the to give the availability and the network uptime are the issues. So I have time for 5-10 minutes, no? I can continue. Yeah. So that is also a challenge, because of which the private ISPs, if they give the connections, perhaps they'll not be able to maintain it and those sort of things. So I agree. So what we are doing is since just trying to tell the private ISPs there's business, there are people need to, and it is my mandate that rather it's a crime that if the people need the connections in the rural India and just we are not able to provide the connections and provide the internet and all, then so I think it should be very, very criminal. So together as all the ISPs together, and we and BBNL and Government of India, they have the responsibility to provide that connectivity and get the service providers in this. So what we are trying to do is that, one is that those people, 10-20% of the people, just trying to convince them that there's a business. 10-20% of the people, they can easily pay for the what private ISP has to do is, he has to make some upfront investments, and if they are not sure of the demand, then there's a lot of challenge. So they have to first pay for the ILL cost at the block level, then they have to pay for the BharatNet bandwidth and all, BBNL bandwidth. Then for every connection, some 6,000 rupees they have to spend on the fiber and the ONU and all for every household. So now the rural India, as I have seen in the field, there are a lot of people who are in a position to pay easily. They can pay for the 6,000 rupees and they're willing to pay. They say, just give me the connection. So once that 6,000 rupees, this can be paid by the household, that person who is taking the connection. After that, there is a real viability. Anybody can make easily, say 50,000 rupees, any ISP can make in every Gram Panchayat actually, because operationally it becomes viable once, because that 6,000 rupees cost to every household is the major challenge. So any ISP who has to come, ILL cost and BharatNet bandwidth cost may be comparatively low, but total, if you say, if he's targeting to provide say 250 connections or 300 connections in the block, it will come to some 12-13 lakhs of rupees only at the last mile connectivity in terms of fiber and ONU and all. So if the customer is willing to pay for that, there is a good amount of viability. And for the upfront investments and all, in order to reduce the risk of the upfront investment to the ISPs, what we have done is that we have gone for the revenue sharing agreements with them, where we have said that you pay us a part of the revenue and don't pay for the BharatNet bandwidth. They in turn sign the revenue sharing agreements with there are entrepreneurs they have roped in the last mile, because most of the ISPs, they don't have presence at the village level, and also they have roped in and they share a part of the revenue with them. Some of the ISPs have also signed a revenue sharing agreement with the ILR service providers. So what we see is that revenue sharing agreement, through various revenue sharing agreements, all the stakeholders, whether it's the ILL provider, the BBNL, the last mile service provider, all of them will have their skin in the game, and whatever the revenue comes, whatever the losses are there, whatever the investments have to be made, all of them will be shared across the various providers and all. So I think revenue sharing agreements are a way forward, and we have already signed 92 revenue sharing agreements since in the last 2-3 months. We have some 2,300 odd connections which have been provided to them, though it may look a very, very small number, but you just look at that, it's spread over 9 states, 500 gram panchayats, 39 districts, and 80 blocks, something like that. So it's just coming up. And what I see is that this is the only connections which are increasing every day. We are maintaining daily position, and from none other, where these connections are increasing, neither from CSC nor from BSNL or anybody else. These private ISPs who are signed the revenue agreement with us, sharing revenue agreements with us, these are the ones who are adding FTTH connections every day, 100, 200, 150. So that is but it's increasing every day. So that is one what we have done. Second is that, and what I see is that these service providers, in order to do the accessibility, access devices challenge, what I see is, and the service providers themselves, what I've seen doing it, is that what they're doing is, because the TV is one thing which is there in the households, even the rural households everywhere. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to bundle the services, the free-to-air channels and the OTT content along with the broadband. So that I have seen, I've gone to the rural India, I've seen people buying up 1,500 rupees, 2,000 rupees Android box and all, converting the TV into a smart TV, taking that connection, doing away with the Tata Sky, whatever is there, and it makes sense for 500 rupees connections, because now they need not pay the Tata Sky and other things. So that is one which is coming up in a big way. The major challenge, which then government is also working on the subsidy. Our objective is not only to connect 10%, 20% of the rural reach, but also many people to every household we want to reach. So we are working at the subsidies which can be given to everybody, the private and the government, all the ISPs and all. For every connection we want to give some subsidy so that it can proliferate and we can reach all the households. So that is one. And the last and the most important challenge which we have to address, without which utilization and the FTTH connections in rural India will not come up, and that is the uptime of the BharatNet network. So for that, the tenders have already been floated for SLA-based O&M tenders for end-to-end maintenance of BharatNet. This thing, if we are able to, the tenders are due to open in May. Inshallah, if we succeed in awarding these contracts, then the FTTH connections in rural India will take off like this, exponential. That is my take on it. Thank you so much.
Inshallah, आपका टेंडर निकल के आए सर, और we go in the rocket way as Yugal has shown the rocket. So now, after listening to all the operators, let's listen to the policy maker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Vivek Narayan, ITS DDG DS, Department of Telecom. I was chatting with him in the morning, and he said, Shashi, I don't know, I get almost 4 to 5 requests for ISP license in a week. I don't know whether I heard right. Is it daily or it's week? I don't know. It's weekly, right? Or is it daily? Daily too. So I don't know who's applying for these ISPs. Is ISPs that money-making business? We need to ask Vivek Duaji from BSNL, and I can see Deshpandeji also here. Thank you, Deshpandeji, from all the way coming from Bombay. Tata Broadband is here. So we need to discuss during the break what is the ISP and how to make it monetize that ISP. So ladies and gentlemen, now over to the policy maker, Sri Vivek Narayanji. Thank you.
Thank you. Respected persons from the telecom fraternity, eminent persons from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I thank the organizers, Bharat Exhibitions and BAF for inviting me for this occasion and address this August gathering. I am highly obliged and thankful for the same. First and foremost, I pay my sincere homage to Dr. Narendra Singh Kampani, credited with inventing the fiber optics and considered as father of fiber optics. Broadband, especially FTTH, has played a phenomenal and vital role in development of the country by enabling high-speed quality communication. It has especially been of great help in the crisis of the century, COVID-19, enabling video conferencing for telemedicine, teleeducation, official meetings, communications with near and dear ones for support. It has kept India going in the time of crisis. As per ITU report of 2020, an increase of 10% in fixed broadband penetration would yield an increase of 0.63% in GDP per capita. Our average per capita data consumption on monthly basis is expected to touch 25 GB per capita by 2025. India is among the countries having highest growth rate of FTTH subscribers in the world. However, much needs to be still done as the broadband penetration in India is still quite less. I had collected some data, and as per which in the last 3 years, the growth rate in FTTH in rural India has been 6 times, 600%, with leading states being Goa, Punjab, and Himachal Pradesh. With FTTH, Wi-Fi via FTTH is reliable, fast, and the preferred option wherever available. Given a choice of video conference via mobile vis-a-vis Wi-Fi using FTTH, the latter is always opted for. The government's path-breaking PM Vani initiative offers a unique architecture that renders Wi-Fi usage under extremely customer-friendly. All-out efforts are being made to enhance PM Vani hotspots at various places, including tourist places, hospitals, fair price shops, and especially in areas where mobile coverage is not there or is poor. As already is told by the earlier speakers, you would be glad to know that DOT is seriously considering extending fiber laid under BharatNet from Gram Panchayat to FTTH connections in villages. Low cost, reliable, and ease of maintenance last mile solutions without compromising data and quality of service is the key. There is requirement of NGOs to handle, educate, and motivate villagers to use internet to raise their income and quality of life. Some applications of their interest could be online financial transactions, weather forecasting, know prices of their required raw materials, their produce in market, telemedicine, teleeducation, etc. Once villages start availing the benefits of internet, the market forces will enable quality internet on sustainable basis. Basically, the demand, if there is enormous demand, then the market forces will automatically come forward to meet that demand. You can very well imagine the immense turnaround and impact it will have in the upliftment of the marginalized. While FTTH brings in avalanche of data to the household it reaches, I am sure the operators are also putting in place the mechanisms to support the law enforcement agencies. This is all the more vital with 5G at the door, users of public IPv6 addresses by subscribers and abundance of applications under IoT.
The operators would also be dimensioning the phenomenal expansion required at the backend, including the internet exchanges and international gateways to handle the avalanche in traffic. Service providers may also like to review the quality of installations to prevent outages due to accidental fiber cuts by routine tasks at home or construction activities in the neighborhood. Especially since the fiber is not as sturdy as the copper, I personally feel that there is need for improvement in quality of OFC installations at home. I also find that the technicians coming at home to install FTTH are mechanically doing splicing, etc. And they are unaware of the basics of OFC communication. A 30-minute briefing to them will enlighten them about the basics of OFC, and they would do their job with more enthusiasm. I will not take much of your time. I'm sure this conference will help us in our efforts to enhance proliferation of FTTH in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivekji, explaining as a policymaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running late for the next session. So before we move to the quick tea break, I would like to present mementos to all the distinguished speakers. May I request Vivek Narayanji to present a memento to Yugalji. Then to Mr. Tejinder. So you need to present to all of them. Then to Mr. Tejinder. Then to Sarvesh Singh ji. Then to Rajat ji. No, you still knowledge partner. We need to respect you, sir. I would like to present a memento to Vivek ji. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back at 2 o'clock because all the speakers are here. I can see Rajiv Shroff after what 5 years, I can see he's joined us now. So a lot of faces I can see after 3 years, 4 years here. Have a quick break and please join us back for the next session. Thank you. Good, good, sir. Good. हाँ जी, हाँ जी. Well, ये रहे?
Today, customers demand highly relevant and personalized experiences. Do you know? As per Google, across the financial services, retail, logistics and delivery, real estate, and travel and tourism sectors, 95% of executives agree that geospatial data plays a key role in business today. Deeper data-driven insights into customer demographics and preferences, combined with geospatial data, enable you to optimize operations and better address customers' needs. You can plan your pricing, products offering, and service delivery with smart location intelligence services offered by a reliable service provider. With Lepton, understand evolving customer choices with robust location intelligence solutions. Make the move now. Get in touch with us to elevate your business operations.
This is a lasting connection, a fundamental idea enabled by technology, created by Commscope to bring together people and information. It can take an idea from one side of the world and help it become a reality all around the world, powered by a network that's all around us. Moving information from them to you, to everyone. It's a connection made by a team with over 45 years of expertise, with over 15,000 patents that have solved the challenges of yesterday and created the products that power communications today. It's award-winning, made to the standards of tomorrow, and
Today, customers demand highly relevant and personalized experiences. Do you know? As per Google, across the financial services, retail, logistics and delivery, real estate, and travel and tourism sectors, 95% of executives agree that geospatial data plays a key role in business today. Deeper data-driven insights into customer demographics and preferences, combined with geospatial data, enable you to optimize operations and better address customers' needs. You can plan your pricing, products offering, and service delivery with smart location intelligence services offered by a reliable service provider. With Lepton, understand evolving customer choices with robust location intelligence solutions. Make the move now. Get in touch with us to elevate your business operations.
This is a lasting connection, a fundamental idea
Hello, check. Check. Hello. Good afternoon. May I request all of you to please take your seats? We need to start the session. Those who are standing on the backside, may I request all of you to come forward. All the speakers, please. Those who are standing outside, उनको बोलिए अंदर आने के लिए. इधर इधर इधर. हाँ. I'll give you. It's here, sir. Ranjit, can you request all of them to join here from the speaker lounge also? And those who are standing on the backside, please join. We will have a lunchtime break to speak to all the things. May I request Dr. Rajiv Srab, CEO, Lepton, Rajnish Taneja, Board Member, Corys Technologies, Shailendra Singh from Shelda Telecom, Sudhir Kumar from DECIX to join. May I request all the speakers to join, please? Madam, can we please come in, madam? We'll start the session. Maybe after this, during the lunch period, we will have the discussion. Please, those who are on the Commscope, left-hand stall, and SR Tech and PDR, please come forward. We'll have a discussion during the lunch period, please. Please have your seat, madam. Please come in. Please. May I request Shailendra also to join? मैडम उनको बोलिए इधर इधर स्टॉल्स में बोलिए इधर ज्वाइन करें. शैलेंद्र सिंह, रंजीत शैलेंद्र. Madam, please take your seat. Please come. We'll have discussion later. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be chaired by Sri Vivek Duwaji, who is the General Manager of CFA from Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Sri Vivek Duwa. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, very good afternoon and welcome back after this nice tea and coffee served to all of you. I would prefer that the audience, you can hear me? Okay. So some of you can take the seats in the front. It will make the whole discussion more engaging and interesting. Can I request? That's okay. आपने कॉफी अच्छा नहीं पिलाया लगता है. दूध कम था. तो फीडबैक has started coming. चाय पत्ती भी अच्छी नहीं थी. Now we are having people for the front seats. क्लासरूम में ना जब पढ़ाया करते थे तो अगर फ्रंट रो में स्टूडेंट्स नहीं हो तो टीचर का पढ़ाने का आधा मूड तो वैसे ही खराब हो जाता है. बोला या तो मैं बेकार हूं या क्लास बेकार है. Either of them is into some problem. So sitting here, I'm finding we need to have few more people in the front rows so as to make the speakers more excited while they speak. Because speaker का भी ना एक mood होता है बोलने से पहले, और mood जो है वो front row को देख के बनता है. पीछे वाले चेहरे तो नहीं, front तो चलिए हमें छोड़ दीजिए, है ना. तो फ्रंट रो के जो चेहरे हैं वो उनकी एक्साइटमेंट से ही स्पीकर अपनी एक्साइटमेंट बिल्ड करता है. अब सब लोग पीछे रहेंगे और उनका चेहरा तो वैसे ही नहीं दिखता है ठीक से, then the speaker doesn't feel that engaged with the audience. May I still request some of you to please come forward. आगे की कुर्सियां खाली हैं. Yeah, please come forward. It doesn't take long. It's just a 1-minute walk from your seat to the front row. Yeah, this is also, you're welcome to occupy these also. Yeah, Kuldeep sir thank you so much, sir. So thank you so much. I'll not take further time in redistributing the audience, but let me first of all introduce myself. I am Vivek Dua. I am placed in BSNL corporate office. I take care of fiber to home and Wi-Fi rollouts in the country. BSNL for last 2 years is very particular on the partnership model, because realizing our primary weakness, which is the customer touch point, we thought that the LCO model, which has been doing really well for last 3 decades in the cable industry, is the right model to follow while we roll out the fiber to home services. And then you see, the problem with government always has been the payments to the partners. That problem also, we always wanted to be addressed. When we connect with our partners, they should have full confidence while they serve the customer, they bear a cost of doing that. The payments to the partners have to be very, very seamless. And I come from an IT background. I worked 10 years in data centers. So having a knack of IT, probably for me to think of building efficiencies on the processes were relatively easy. And then when I took over the sales role, it was always very engaging, interesting for me to see that how the sales process and it being IT driven would help in building the whole ecosystem in a very productive manner. And thanks to all what happened in last 2 years in the IT enablement and the partner confidence, we were at something like 3 lakh FTTH connections when I joined 3 years back. And we have been adding 1 lakh connections per month plus because of the partner ecosystem. And this is the confidence we are seeing all over the country. We serve more than 2,600 STD codes. Somebody was talking about large FTTH happening in some 7 or 10 odd cities when I heard. But believe me, sitting in BSNL, I can tell you that the growth model that we are having, it's very inclusive. And we see that FTTH is happening all over the country, and serving customer across 2,600 cities or towns is something we really feel proud about. So I don't serve only Noida or only Ghaziabad. We are spread across Uttar Pradesh, and you go to any town in Uttar Pradesh, you'll find BSNL's fiber presence. And the credit goes to all the partners who contribute in the last mile extended to the customer in the regular services. So that's just to brief and sell myself that more partnership happens in the growth of FTTH or BSNL. Now I thank organizers for having such a beautiful audience and very esteemed speakers for today's second session that we have. We have Mr. Dean, who's the Global Director, Emerging Markets. He's Global Product Line Management, Network Cable and Connectivity, Commscope. And the theme to the speaker is Converged Networks, FTTH and 5G. After that, you will be hearing from Mr. Rajiv. He's from Lepton Software Exports and Research. We are customers to them. Mr. Rajneesh Taneja, he's the board member for Corsys Technologies. His theme will be Digital India, Optical Fiber in the Key. Mr. Shailendra Singh, I have spoken to him over phone, so now I have the opportunity to hear from him live here. Thank you for being here. And Mr. Sudhir Kunder, he's the country director for DCIX. We were discussing last time we met in the virtual session. It's very happy to see that we are here across the table and discussing live. So it's a very happy moment for all of us to find ourselves in a single room and start having more engaging discussions. So thank you once again. And may I request now Mr. Dean to please come forward and share his thoughts. You have a presentation? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Dean. I work for Commscope and I'm the Director of Emerging Markets in Network, Cable and Connectivity. I'm going to talk to you today a little bit around converged networking with FTTX and 5G. So not too long ago, telecom providers offered multiple services over individual infrastructure networks with different enabling technologies. So networks are changing, they're converging. Discrete systems are disappearing. Networks today look totally different than they did a few years ago. Technology enhancements are driving a need to do more with existing infrastructure. So fibre is an enabler for 5G, and the backhaul of 5G networks could leverage a common FTTH infrastructure, leading to a converged network platform. So as new trends develop, ensuring your network can adapt and accommodate growth is key to reducing total cost of ownership, or TCO, and ensure your network is flexible enough to address future scalability needs. So when I'm asked about what I look for in a network infrastructure solution, my normal starting points are performance and quality. While these are important, however, cost is not far behind when I'm thinking of that. So cost and value, it can mean very, very different things to operators. So when evaluating cost, organizations should always think in terms of cost over. So the lowest initial cost is not always the cheapest or the best value in the long run. So considering costs should include the following: initial installation costs and the ease to deploy that solution. The ease of operations and maintenance. So operational friendly product solutions are key to longevity of the solution. So solutions should support current and future applications. So you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have to replace the network 3 to 5 years later, as it's no longer applicable. That is definitely not a. So operators should perform a total cost of deployment and a return of investment analysis to make informed deployment decisions. These are really important factors when you're considering network convergence of FTTX networks with the evolution of 5G. So as Dr. Alper mentioned in the inaugural session, a recent study conducted by and commissioned by the FTTH Council of Europe demonstrates that convergence does make economic sense. I mean, that study concluded that the net cost of fibre optic crosshaul and backhaul can be reduced by 65 to 96% by deploying an optimised converged fibre network in advance. So a number of factors influence the value of convergence. That includes the type of deployments, whether it's a greenfield or a brownfield deployment, the type of installation, underground cabling or aerial, which is the majority of what happens in countries like India, the type of environment, whether it's urban, whether it's rural, the densification needs for low or high cell density. The study clearly demonstrated the added value of convergence. When an operator plans for a greenfield fibre network, it can or should anticipate a future-proof FTTH 5G network. The convergence of these networks is a desirable approach to minimise costs and maximise opportunities. So, convergence, the next frontier. So for new network builds, the convergence of fixed FTTH and mobile transport networks is a desirable approach. Simply put, network convergence means developing one build out that is utilised for multiple service delivery platforms. As many operators have already discovered, the total cost of ownership of more advanced converged fibre networks has continued to shrink relative to the potential revenue gains. Fibre continues to extend deep into the network, and fibre to the home has now become commonplace, unlocking a vast range of new service offerings, dark fibre, lease opportunities, and others. Convergence is the network strategy of the future. The way we use networks is evolving and is driving the need for a stable and high-performance infrastructure. Network convergence can lead to increased revenue streams through offering more services over the same network, as mentioned earlier. Coexistence, as mentioned by Dr. Alper, can facilitate multiple PON technologies over a common infrastructure. Existing infrastructure quality needs to be considered. Remember this, so day one costs are only part of the TCO equation. It can be a false economy if you base day one wholly on cost. So selecting the right flexible network topology will be key for providing a ubiquitous infrastructure build and reduce whole life costs. So FTTX with converged network capability. So FTTX networks in India and many parts of Asia tend to make use of cascaded split architecture. This allows for minimal cable hauling and simple point-to-point integration with distribution fibre often standardised by fibre count, whether 12, 24, 48, 96, which allows for dedicated fibre capacity additional. The fibre infrastructure used for FTTX networks are ideally placed for small cell penetration. So some key considerations. Networks that meet FTTX coverage and maximising potential small cell locations without separate network builds. So operators can design to that. Design converged networks with consideration of differing service levels. FTTX may not have the same service level requirements that is required for a 5G small cell or a dedicated business service. Therefore, operators need to plan to have that flexibility in fibre capacity to serve a small cell and those additional dedicated services. But with that comes some challenges with that architecture as well. You can run the risk of overcapitalisation of fibre assets based on standardisation, where if you standardise a fibre count and deploy it everywhere, you can end up with more fibre than you actually need. And it's a big cost of network deployments, especially in big and large rollouts. Cable needs to be accessed at each terminal location and spliced. So that means cable prep and splice requires skilled labour and specialised equipment, and that introduces a high quantity of field splices, which leads to increased labour cost and time. So network rollout can be compromised with competition to secure those access to skilled splicing resources. And it's really key in this market where I hear a lot that a splicing resource is cheap, it doesn't cost a lot of money. But, you know, we saw from our friend in Airtel earlier on that, you know, there is contentious, those resources are not always available. So we want to try and minimise that. Integrity of field splicing in some environments can be challenging to the network integrity. So one way to address this is a converged plug-and-play approach. So plug-and-play solutions or pre-connectorized solutions are more widely adopted in North and Latin America. So affordable pre-connectorized solutions will become more available and adopted in the Asia region. So plug-and-play solutions can support increased provider and government targets, especially for large-scale fibre to the prem rollouts. Operators are more and more seeing the potential value of pre-connectorized solutions for FTTX, and that includes like speed of deployment, faster time to market, faster return on investment, factory terminated integrity, lower cost of labour, and lower construction costs. It really influences. So your choice of these types of solutions will influence all aspects of your network build and can drastically reduce costs and provide many tangible and intangible benefits to the operator. So in this space, plug and play needs to have high network applicability. It needs to provide FTTX, but with additional flexibility to add additional dedicated fibre services. Importantly, it needs to be able to augment and add further value with existing splicing distribution architectures. It needs to fit in seamlessly. And it needs to provide true cost of deployment benefits and reducing total cost of ownership. And also allows for a clear path to next generation PON, as well as service ready levels for 5G and other services. So finally, in summary, converged networks are a natural response to two key business realities: the ever-increasing demand for bandwidth, the need to reduce CapEx and OpEx costs. Fibre networks offer exceptional opportunities to better manage both priorities. So convergent fibre infrastructure has the capability to transform every level of your network. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Dean. Converged networks, that's what he talked about. And you heard in the earlier session also that how important and critical the fiber infrastructure would be to give a very high speed backhauling to the 5G network, or even today, if you see the Wi-Fi network. We have a lot of Wi-Fi network in the country. And while he was speaking, my mind was going to one village, which I recently visited. It is next to Mysore, hardly 30 kilometers. The village population is around 6,000. And there is no 3G, 4G network in that village. And because now we have a partner model to roll out Wi-Fi, that partner had put up 20 access points in that village. I'm repeating, 20 access points in that village to do a good coverage. So giving the backhaul to those access points is BSNL responsibility, but maintaining those access points is partner's responsibility. And 20 access point roughly would mean investing something like a 2.5 to 3 lakh investment in that village, right? And plus power is a marginal cost because they don't consume so much of power. But for a 3 lakh investment that the partner did, last month I had an assessment on the revenues which have started coming in. The recharge of Wi-Fi in that village is to the tune of 80,000 rupees in a month. And if I'm giving to the partner 40,000 rupees, you can very well imagine the kind of demand, the kind of affordability, all those factors which were questioned in the first session. I was really having doubts in my mind whether people know the facts. The demand is really very high. The affordability is not a problem. The biggest problem is reliability of the network in that village. Because the kind of life we have entered into, it's a pure digital life, be it your education or your work, or you talk of anything in entertainment, everything has gone from a conventional mode to an IP mode. And you need to sit on the IP network to take benefits of all these changes which have come in the technology. And if you have a reliable network, believe me, the rural demand is the biggest demand for next 1 decade. The urban economy or the urban demand will not grow in the manner in which we are seeing the rural demand. The only thing is a reliable backhaul to the village, to the Gram Panchayat, to the block. And then we believe that the last mile champion, or we call the partner, has to be a local guy in one form or the other. We call it revenue share model or any other business model which fits the right thing for the business to happen. It has to be the local champion who does the service part. And if that connecting the dots happens, then you have entered into the new phase of digital revolution. So thank you, Mr. Dean, for enlightening us with the future of technology. May I now request our next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Saraf. He's from the Lepton Software Export and Research. And I request him to please come to the dais and share his thoughts.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Dua. Thanks for being here. I'm glad to see my customers here. I can see my friends here. I can see my prospects here. I can see my teachers here. So it's a great gathering, and I'm so glad to be here today after almost 2 years of being in the home, and it's a great opportunity to meet everybody here. And so I want to take this opportunity to really talk about, of course, how we see some of the technologies, especially that we work into, how that's going to change, and it's very critical to your FTTX or the 5G rollout. So if for the last few years, two buzzwords have been around digitalization and automation. Right? These are two things that everybody's been talking about. And every time you talk about, whatever you bring involved, so you brought about all kinds of systems into your organization to do digitalization and automation. But there are three basic sets of questions that will always are core to any business, and that will always, you're always seeking answers to them. Can I have my presentation here? Presentation. Right. So the three, what I mentioned, three core questions that every telco ISP has. The first one is, where is my customer? The second one is, where is my network? And the third one is, where are my people? Right? I mean, and everything evolves around that, right? Whatever solution you might look at. And wherever the word where comes, the location comes into play. Wherever the word location comes into play, a map comes into play. And where the map comes into play, the GIS technology comes into play. And that's where we see ourselves. We see GIS as the enabler for the whole telco network customer lifecycle. And so this is what I'm going to talk about. So I believe that your network journey or your digital journey actually begins with us. And I'm going to talk about how how the GIS technology is critical to your journey overall. I'll talk about taking reference from the planning and managing your network and operational, tracking and even we'll talk about how in the sales and marketing and visibility everywhere, there's a play for the GIS. Now, so how do you actually go about doing it, right? So one way to do it is that actually build a digital twin of your network, right? I mean, you have to build a digital twin of the network. What a digital twin means is that what you have, you replicate in your office what you have on the ground. So if you look at Google Maps, I'm taking example of Google Maps. What is Google Maps? Google Maps is actually a digital twin of your world, external world, in a 2D way. I mean, of course, now people are coming with a 3D view of your digital world. And if you are able to overlay and put all the information related to your network, what you're creating is a digital twin. And that's what actually we believe is the technology that you need to manage, operate, plan your network and manage your customers end to end, right? And that's where we, as an organization, we have brought in the solution we call network access. We manage the complete journey from plan to cash. Whether it starts off with a strategic planning. I mean, when you start, say you are a greenfield operator, the first thing you want to know which cities I should roll out, right? I mean, what kind of information do you need? You might need information in terms of income levels. You might need information in terms of internet penetration or mobile data usage or handset distributions. So the first level is you want to do strategic planning, and within the city also you may want to identify certain areas where you want to roll out. And that's where we have a tool that actually helps you out with that kind of. We bring all the data and information onto a map and basically help you out with that kind of work. Right? Then you get into a more detailed planning where you say, okay, I have got defined an area, I've got demand points, and I want to plan my network, and we have an automated FTTX planning tool which takes all the inputs and boom, in 10 seconds you have the network in front of you all planned. Of course, you have to do some modifications after that, and then you go out and roll out. And once you roll out and build the network, you basically then do a complete inventory of your network. And once you have inventory of the network, then you can start offering all the services. So in the whole fiber lifecycle management starts from planning, then you have an inventory, then you do the management of your network, which is the operations and the tracking. And then, of course, you want to work on customer acquisition, which is basically you want to last mile, feasibility. And the most critical is the customer experience part, right? Now, so we'll talk about the first thing. We'll talk about how we as an organization help in your whole network planning process, right? I mean, the whole network planning process I mentioned about starts off from strategic planning. Then it moves into, once you have a strategic planning, you identify the area, you do a high-level design. From high-level design, then you move to a low-level design. Then you have a team which goes into the field, which builds out the network. And then when it builds out the network, you actually create as-built drawings, and then you bring it back and put into your system for further, further use down the line. So we have So we have a complete planning as a part of the network access, lifecycle management, Fibre Labs in the Geo Suite. We have a whole smart, planner, which does the end-to-end planning for you, from a macro level planning to a micro detailed, equipment level planning. The next part that you do is what we talked about earlier, is creating a whole digital twin, which are what in our industry people call inventory. But what is inventory? Inventory is nothing but actually creating a whole network in a digital form back into your office, right? So inventory would be, okay, where my fiber is going, where's my splitters are there, where my splicing is there, where my duct, trenches, all kind of details. Our system allows you to put all the details. It is on top of a map, so you can see exactly where your network is. You can go down to a micro level, splice level details. You can do your outside plant, you can do your inside plant, you can get a rack view, you want to get a field view, you want to get a circuit level view. All this data resides into our system. And without even going to office, without even going to the field, from anywhere, I mean, of course, even without going to office, because it's available on the web and the mobile, you can just sitting from anywhere, you can have a complete view of your network. From top view to down to the each and every circuit level view. And you can do end-to-end trace, whatever you want to do, right? So that's the level of detail that our system provides today. And this it doesn't provide just for the heck of providing, it provides because there's a need for that. If you think of when did we have a lockdown during COVID, how did the operators actually were able to connect their customers, even look at their utilization and capacities and availability? It was all happening through systems like this. And we are a critical part of most of the operators that we work with, whom we work with. So once you have this whole digital twin of your network into your, into your hands, in your mobile, what can you do? It doesn't matter whether you are a telco, whether you are in a tower company, or whether you're an infrastructure provider, whether you're ISP, the needs are almost the same. You can start looking at, all parts of the network. You can look at end-to-end, how do I manage end-to-end my network? You can start looking at utilization. Where is my network getting utilized more? Which areas is having the highest growth? When will the capacities, when will I have 90% capacity? Where do I need to plan for the next growth? So all this information is available in our system. You can, at a click of a button, you can get the information, and that's how the wheel, it keeps running, right? I mean, there's a whole feedback loop built into the system. You get a customer, and customer says, I need a connection. You want to connect him prop. How do you know where is the available fiber? So even finding out end-to-end, connectivity for the customer from POP to the customer location, all this kind of queries or all those kind of analytics actually done into our system. And that's what all our customers are using it for. Now, so you have a network, a huge network, and it's not, everybody knows, I mean, all the ISPs know, it's not easy to manage your network in India, right? I mean, suddenly you realize that there's some road being built or some flyover built, and the JCB will come, start digging, and boom, your network is down, right? So we have now, so the third part of the whole life cycle, once you have digital twin, is that you can track your people on the field, right? Wherever they are, you can see respect to where your network is. Once you get a ticket, you can actually pass on the ticket to the nearest guy from the fault location. You can go and serve the customer. One of the most important thing is, whenever there's a cut in the fiber, the OTDR, it's slightly technical, is the OTDR tells you what is a logical location or logical distance of the cut. But how do you locate that cut on the ground? Saying that, okay, I want to locate it to a 5 meter or 10 meter accuracy, because you don't want to dig the whole area, right? You don't want to dig a half a kilometer to find out where the cut is. Our system converts the OTDR into a physical location on the map, and it can show you exactly on the map where the cut is. And you can just have to send the crew to that particular location and fix the cut. And of course, once it fixes the cut, immediately all the information gets updated into your central server. So there's a splice there, or whatever is there, whatever is done, and your data is always up to date, right? And I talked about, I mean, you want to do end-to-end connectivity, you want to do a trace, everything, you can do through the systems, right? So I mean, that's the whole beauty. So the network access or GIS technology it's an enabler, it's an underlying technology with the touch points with every department. It's not about one particular department, it's not about one particular user. It runs across the organization and has a touch point and that's what most of our customers do. I mean, wherever they use it, it's across the organization. Now, I mean, you must be wondering, what's the role of improving sales or customer experience, right? The very basic example. You have a sales guy, he goes to a customer or prospect premises, and the person says, yeah, I need a 1 GB connection. Can you give it to me? Now, typical cycle is he'll call his technical team. The technical team will send somebody to the field. They'll come back, and it might take a week before you come back to the customer and say, oh, yeah, whether we can give you a connection or not. What we have done is that we have brought all that power in the hands of the sales guy. Sitting at the location, from the app itself, the person can check whether the customer, is it qualified or not, whether we can provide that service to him or not. You can extend the same logic and the same, the same concept to a customer or a prospect self-service portal. He doesn't even have to come to you. He can go to your website, he can put his location, and boom, it will tell you. It can tell you, okay, how much time it will take, or whether we can provide you a connection. If not, how much time it will take, what is the cost, everything can come up directly. That's what we have done with the customers. It's a service qualification tool that we provide. And the good part is this is the only tool that we also provide. We do the last mile. We also do both wireless and wireline, because a lot of the customers on the ISPs on the last mile actually do both. They do point to point as well as on the FTTX. So immediately again, you don't have to go to the field. Sitting at your office or with the sales guys, staying from the customer premises itself, he can do end-to-end feasibility. Whether it's for retail customer, whether it's for enterprise customer, or when you talk of 5G rollout, or any network, even 4G rollout, now we know that the amount of traffic that the sales are going to carry is huge, and now is to do a backhaul of the traffic, right? And we all of us understand the ultimate, the backhaul has to happen on the fiber. Now, this is exactly what the large operators are now using tools like this to find out, okay, wherever I'm going to put my 5G network, where is the nearest fiber point, where's the nearest POP? Can I connect it to a fiber directly, or do I need to move to my road? So all these kind of analysis we are doing with customers to find out, and it's really helping them into rolling out the 5G network. So I'll just quickly walk you through a case study. We are one of the enablers in the whole BharatNet project. There were two different models. One was a state model, one was the model that BharatNet initiated. And we know the problems with some of the things that BharatNet initiated directly, and we know they had to come out as a RFP later on to remap their network. So it actually makes a lot of sense for ISPs to start documenting the network from the day one. You don't have to wait till your network is built out. You have to start doing it from day one, so that you know where exactly your network is. In case of BharatNet, we know they're having a big challenge after laying probably more than 100,000 kilometers fiber. They don't even know where the fiber is. So we actually worked with the Gujarat government, the GFGNL, and from day one we have been working with them. We helped them, from day one, from rolling off the network, assigning it to the field force, tracking the progress of the network rollout. Everything is actually happening, on our solution, on our tool today. So it's probably one of the most, organized network that you can probably see from the BharatNet side. So of course we got, just because we did a great job with the customer, and we got good, reviews from them as well. Can we play this video here at the bottom? There's a video. Can you play that? Just 1 minute. The YouTube link. There's a YouTube link here. No, you can click on the video also. This is not my video. This is something that the Gujarat government had actually released. No, go back. Or you can play the YouTube link also. कट पेस्ट कर दो. Yeah. मैं आ जाऊं.
BharatNet is an ambitious project of the Government of India. BharatNet is an ambitious project of the Government of India that BharatNet is an ambitious project of the Government of India that aims to connect more than 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayats with high-speed broadband through by building state-of-the-art digital highway. The initiative has mandated all the states to roll out the project in a phased manner. Gujarat joined the BharatNet mission in its second phase. Gujarat started marching towards building high-speed digital highway by setting up Special Purpose Vehicle, GFGNL, which is nearing completion to connect each Gram Panchayat with a minimum of 100 Mbps internet speed, scaled up to 1 Gbps, as it required to lay around 32,961 kilometers underground optical fibers through the EPC model to connect 7,692 Gram Panchayats. That means 136 blocks across 23 districts, with around 408 OLTs at strategic locations installed at BSNL exchanges to roll out GPON network. We connected each Gram Panchayat to State Data Center in Gandhinagar on our own network. 90% of the optical fiber cables have been laid down. 396 of the OLTs have been installed. 6,226 of Gram Panchayats have been lit up out of the target of 7,692. And the count is on. This would pave the way for Gujarat to become the first model Indian state with full-fledged digital villages. Transformations have begun. Villages are getting well positioned to dive into the world of digital services.
Thanks. So this is actually a one-year-old video, but everything, the whole rollout of the Gujarat fiber has happened actually on our platform. And all the images that you see here actually came out from our system. Just to give you a profile of what our solution has been doing. So we are deployed now globally. We are present in more than 15 countries now. We support, we can go to the next slide. We support, multiple technologies, including wireless. Our systems globally together map more than 154 million kilometers of fiber pair. In our systems, we have more than 15 million asset points. And if you look at India, today we have more than 70%, more than 75% market share. We work with the top, telcos. We work with the mid-size and the small ISPs. We have different sort of solutions for different level of players. We have on-prem solution for the large guys. We have cloud-based SaaS model solution for the small ISPs who don't want to create their own infrastructure. Okay. Thank you. Can we quickly just go to the next slide? Okay, sorry. Anyway, so this is just the other solutions I have, but I'm running out of time. So just can we move to the last slide, please? Yeah. So anyway, so thank you very much. We have offices across the globe now. We are a truly Indian multinational. We have offices in India, Singapore, Dubai, and US, and we have a joint venture in Australia now. So thank you very much. And thanks for the support from our customers and our well-wishers here.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. And he's very well pointed out that where is your network, where is your customer, and where are your team members? If all this is properly put into the system through the geo coordinating that is there in the maps, we did the same thing in BSNL. We have a portal called bookmyfiber.bsnl.co.in, where 1 year back, when customers were booking, my lead to order was hardly 5 to 7%. And over 1 year, it has improved in certain geographies to an extent of 70 to 80%. Just by having the geo coordinates of the customers while they book the connection. And then I know which is the OLT from which the customer will get serviced. And I know who is the partner who will do the actual servicing. So all are correlated in the system. And then right after the customer has put the request, a couple of minutes, I can put that lead to the concerned partner. That's the beauty of system, which all geo positioning or geo coordinating helps us, and the whole productivity which comes that Rajiv ji very well explained. Thank you so much for giving us all those insights. I'm very sure a lot of you would like to have your systems made better by all these smartness getting built with the geo-positioning. Thank you. And now I request our next speaker, Mr. Rajneesh Taneja, the board member for Corsys Technologies. The theme is Digital India, optical fiber is the key. Thank you.
Distinguished panel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am representing Corsys Technologies, which is a part of Pratap Group. And we have 3 verticals in Pratap Group. We manufacture optical fiber cable and accessories. We plan, design, and deploy networks. And we also operate and maintain the networks. So throughout the day, every day, 365 days, we live optical fiber cable. So that is the topic on which I'll be speaking today. According to me, optical fiber is the key for digital revolution of this decade. Last decade was dedicated to wireless. And according to me, this decade will be wireline. And as rightly said by Mr. Vivek, backhaul network is the most important part of any network. The quality of network is as good as your backhaul network. And gradually, microwave will become less relevant and optical fiber has to take over. So I'll start my presentation. So this is the brief agenda, the telecom growth story. What is the current fiberization status? What are the drivers for next level business opportunities? And what are the obstacles? As I said, this is a brief about what we do. We are into manufacturing optical fiber cable. We are designing and deploying networks, and we are also managing network pan India and across all the operators. I'll take you through the growth story of India. We all know we are the second largest telecom market in the world. And India is the largest data consumer. Average data consumed is 14.1 GB per subscriber. The IP traffic has gone up almost from 1.5, 1.7 EB to 6.5 EB today. Probably thanks to pandemic. We are number 2, as I said, in the largest, in the number of subscribers. We are almost 1.2 billion subscribers today. The tele density is almost 88%. We have almost 28 lakh kilometers of optical fiber deployed and almost 70 lakh telecom towers. We have 658 million, which is the second highest number of internet users in the world. Mobile data traffic has grown from 7x in 2016 to 2021, which is almost 49% CAGR. We are number 2 in the smartphone market. 84 billion minutes of video content was achieved in year 2021. It has crossed, which is almost 1,59,000 years. Average internet traffic per month generated by FTTH network in an household is almost 132.5 GB. So these are some of the data points by which we can say that we have reached a certain level and we are now ready to jump to the next level of telecom growth story. This is just one of the data which show higher the fiber, more data it takes and consumes. As I said, quality of network is as good as the backhaul network, and gradually the microwave part will be taken over by optical fiber. So optical fiber is the key. This is what is being indicated. Though we have gradually year on year increased our optical fiber rollout, but there is still a huge gap. The bandwidth requirements of high definition content and data heavy applications need fiber exponentially. In 2021, 33 EB internet usage, which is expected to be 144 EB. EB means exabyte 10 to the power 18. So you can assume, you can understand what is the kind of data I'm talking about. Now, per capita fiber deployment in India is just 0.09 kilometers. That is just 90 meters per capita, which is almost 1.1 kilometer in China and 1.7 in a country like USA. So there is a huge gap in terms of per capita fiber deployed in India. Tower fiberization, which is key for any wireless network, is roughly between 25 to 30% presently in India. And as a country, we aspire to take it to almost 70%. So that is a huge opportunity in terms of optical fiber rollouts. Now, capex required for fiberizing 70% of optical fiber of towers by optical fiber cable will require an estimated 6 lakh fiber kilometer at an investment of $8 billion US. So that's a huge potential in the market. My earlier colleagues have already mentioned the FTTX penetration is only 5% in terms of wireline, which has to be considerably increased. So overall, there is a huge potential. One of the biggest hurdles, which I'll be talking in my later slides, is ROW permissions and the ROW infrastructure in the country. Now, what are the drivers for OFC rollout? 5G, we all know. Replacing microwave with optical fiber in backhaul network. Only 479 million subscribers in India are presently having a 4G coverage. So there is a huge gap in 4G coverage as compared to the number of subscribers we have in India. And with 5G coming, we have to immediately bridge this gap. 5G is expected in 2022, which is already delayed as compared to the rest of the world. So this will increase the fiber demand exponentially. ICT apps, we all know, we all talk about various things like e-education, e-health, smart cities and all those things. So with all these applications, it will demand a large number of optical fiber, cloud services, data centers, then the entire startup ecosystem, high definition videos and gaming, convergence. Some of the speakers earlier said about convergence. That is the most important thing. Smart homes, smart securities, smart transport, smart grid. So all these things which we today talk about requires huge amount of data and which can be served only with optical fiber networks. So these are some of the data points. Tower fiberization, we have already talked about. Small cell deployment has to increase from on a basis of 45% CAGR IBS and DAS systems, there's a huge opportunity of almost 25% CAGR it has to increase by. Wi-Fi hotspots with almost 20% CAGR it has to increase. Backhaul deployment, tower fiberization, last mile, intracity fiber, national long distance, microwave. This is a market of almost 480 billion INR. These are the estimates by one of the reports of E&Y. Now, some of the interesting data points I have captured here. The number of users on WhatsApp or Facebook or YouTube in India, we'll be surprised to know is more than the population of many of the countries. So 530 million users are there on WhatsApp. That's a huge number. And this all talks about data, data, and data. And data means fiber, fiber, and fiber. Average daily time spent by an Indian on apps is almost 4.5 hours. These are the statistics. Digital transactions has increased from 6 million to 20 million today. There are 4 million digital only subscribers who work only on digital. And there are 500 plus million subscribers on different OTT or free TV platforms. Digital payments, 7,422 crore is the value today when we talk about in 2021-22. These are some of the challenges I have listed out in rolling out optical fiber networks in a large way in the country. The first and foremost and the most important thing is ROW. Still, after so many years in rolling out optical fiber, like I have spent more than 27 years in telecom now with almost all operators. And ROW continues to remain the biggest hurdle. The cost of laying an optical fiber network is the highest in India because of one of the reasons is ROW permissions. So there has been a demand for a very long time about single window ROW clearances, then standardized rates and simplifying the procedures. We have been seeing multiple policies, but it is still something yet to be achieved. Then, as my friend rightly said about digitization, still many of the networks in the country are, the owners themselves are not aware where their cable is going. So the quality of digitization is very important. That is again a challenge. And how we can reach a stage where we can say dig only once. So the coordination between various authorities, water, gas, electricity, telecom, where we can have a utility corridor kind of system where we can dig only once, that will substantially improve the quality of optical fiber network. The network which we lay should ideally serve us for at least 20 years. But what we see in last so many years, every 2 to 5 years, we need to replace major parts of the networks. So these are some of the hurdles we need to address as an industry. Now, how we can add value to this business opportunity. As I said, we have 3 verticals. We manufacture cable and accessories. We design, plan, and execute networks. And we operate networks as a Pratap Group. So we have 3 companies: Forces Technologies, Backhaul Technologies, and Pratap Technocrats. We have a pan-India footprint. We are attached with almost all the players in the market, both public and private, in some form or the other. My friend Rajiv was showing the video for Gujarat GFGNL. We were a major player in that network rollout. Presently, we are doing networks for BBNL in multiple states. We are also executing a very prestigious project for Indian Army on China border, both in Uttarakhand and entire Northeast states. So we are actively involved with all public and private players. We have a trained manpower. We have our own training institute located at our factory premises, where we train under Skill India program. We train our own manpower and also manpower for other people. This is our production facility in near Indore for Courses Technologies, where we manufacture. We have a dedicated R&D lab and quality control. Our capacity is 3 million fiber kilometer per annum. These are the various types of cables we manufacture. As I said, we are a one-stop shop for a telecom requirement in optical fiber networks. We have our corporate office in Gurgaon. These are our coordinates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajneesh. He spoke really well on the optical fiber is the key. ऑप्टिकल फाइबर आप सभी के घरों में वो खुशियां लेके आता है जो आज से 20 साल पहले केबल टीवी लेकर आता था. Because all the entertainment today, and of course including your work also, has moved to the optical fiber. तो आप जितनी इज्जत से अपने केबल टीवी वाले को संभाल के रखते थे ना, उतनी इज्जत से आज आप फाइबर वाला जो लड़का है या जो आदमी है उसका मोबाइल नंबर और उसको उससे उतने प्यार से बात करना कि भाई दिक्कत होगी जरा देखो इसे. So all that change has come, but probably the basic needs of entertainment and then to do work will remain the same. God will keep coming and new avatars will keep happening. But yes, we need to evolve with time. That is the basic thing. And very well explained by Rajneesh ji. Thank you so much. And now I request our next speaker, Mr. Shailendra Singh. He is the co-founder and CEO for Shaildhar Telecom Services, and the theme on which he'll speak is FTTH technology for ISPs in India.
Good afternoon. I think we've been hearing a lot of interesting stuff, statistics and other things around till now. But probably I'll start on a very slightly negative note, because I'm an operator. We understand the challenges. Fiber is there. Just a small background of myself. I'm completing about 35 years in the telecom industry this year, out of which 25 years have been spent as a vendor, and last 10 years is more on the service provider side of it. As a company, we operate in the northeastern part of the country, which sitting in Delhi, most people would not have much of an idea about. But it's quite an interesting area, both culturally as well as business-wise. We have two flavors. We have our own license as an ISP for all the 6 states in the Northeast except Assam. And in Assam, we work with RailTel Railwire as their managed service partner. So with that, we have a reasonable footprint across the Northeastern region itself. The slides are there, but I would just sort of take a step forward. And we've been discussing about FTTH with underground fiber. The reality in our cities across the country, and particularly in the Northeast, is the fiber actually hangs overhead, because there are severe challenges, as everyone has talked about ROW, Even with overhead, there are challenges on ROW again. And of course, in my presentation, we can move with the presentation, or we can take it otherwise. Can I just move the next slide? Sorry. So that's generally the agenda. We can try and stick to it, or we can move out of it. This is a standard network architecture of an FTTH environment as it is. And then when we come to in the overhead architecture, we are actually putting our fiber on poles, electric poles. And from there, a drop wire goes into the residence of the subscriber, or if there is a condominium, then it goes into the condominium and then gets distributed beyond that. And I think every house these days is a Wi-Fi hotspot. So Wi-Fi is becoming ubiquitous wherever broadband comes in. I have hardly seen any place where the old LAN still exists. It is actually a wireless LAN in most cases, and even offices are moving gradually into a wireless scenario. We work particularly in the RailTel sequence, we work closely with the cable operators, and there we get into the rural areas as well. There are challenges of a different nature in the rural areas. One is, of course, fiberization in the rural areas has not happened so much. We have been studying Assam, for instance, from a RailTel railwire perspective. Of course, Mr. Dua would have a very clear view of BSNL fiberization as far as rural areas is concerned. I would say there is, at least in the state of Assam, we are still only 30% fiber. And if I talk about providing customer support in the rural areas. So the best way of approaching these is local cable operators. And local cable operators do not go in a planned environment. They go gradually. So if there is a customer, they'll probably put a single core or a 2-core fiber and run with that. Now that is primarily being used for their cable operations. You want to write the same fiber, so we use a technology called EDFA, which is upfront a little heavy, but it makes life simpler for the cable operator down the line. And increasingly, we see small cable operators with capacities of 300 subscribers, 200 subscribers, and 100 subscribers coming in. Getting back to the urban area, the challenge with urban areas is we're not very well organized as an industry. And I would say across the board, even the big players, initially Jio started to do underground, but then they came overhead. Then they started putting their fibers like we do on the electric poles. But I think now they've taken a different route and they're putting up their own poles across the city. But if you go to any city, at least particularly, for instance, if I talk about Guwahati in Assam, you would probably see an electric pole with about 25 fibers pulled across. It's not very well organized. And there is always a fight between the power corporation, the municipal corporation, the ISP, and any other government body. So if that gets organized better, this dream about FTTH rollout in huge numbers is definitely possible. Our effort and costs go in trying to sort out these issues. And with the result, what happens typically in a month, I think every fiber gets cut once at least. If we are better organized, this propensity will not happen. And again, you might talk about any kind of service, but it does take few hours to restore a fiber from the time it gets cut. Again, the Northeast is famous for its monsoons. We have monsoons for about 6 to 8 months a year. And with fiber, while it's raining, you can't climb an electric pole and you can't do splicing. I mean, you can do splicing with extra precautions, but it is not the best. So those are the challenges that we face, particularly in the Northeast, and I'm sure people in the rest of the country would also have similar issues. So again, what I have been trying to talk about is to talk to DOT and try and get all players together. We work in various cities. For instance, we have operations of our own in Shillong, in Aizawl, in Itanagar, in Pasighat. Every city has its own challenges. A typical example, in Aizawl, we ran public Wi-Fi service for Aizawl Municipal Corporation. In fact, we still are running that. But Aizawl Municipal Corporation does not talk to the electricity board. The poles are owned by the electricity board. PWD has the rights for the ground. So if you want to erect a pole, you have to go to PWD. Another challenge which we as an organization faced 5 years ago when we started operations in Shillong, we started a purely wireless network. So we've done that journey of wireless to fiber. And we not only did broadband, we also did public Wi-Fi. So in Shillong city today, we have 200 hotspots running, actively running today in all the market areas. Similarly, in Aizawl, we have about 150 access points running as a public Wi-Fi service itself. Initially, we had to put up towers. So in Shillong city, we have something like 12 towers and poles across the city to connect the city. All initially were on RF, on radio itself, and unlicensed band, the 2.8 and the 5.4, 5.8 gigahertz band. As the capacity started increasing, and again, this is an interesting illustration. When we started our services, our first service or the minimum service that we provided in broadband was 2 Mbps. And it was clean 2 Mbps. At that point of time in 2017, 2017, 2 Mbps was a luxury because most of the providers would provide 512 kbps or the likes. When we came in with 2 Mbps, clean 2 Mbps, there was a revolution. Today, we're actually talking about 100 Mbps and 150 Mbps. But on the ground, reality still remains. A normal household consumption is only 10 Mbps to maximum 20 Mbps. All the 50 Mbps and 100 Mbps is good, nice to have. But in actual practical terms, how much can a user consume? Our practical experience still says that even if he's got a 50 Mbps pipe or 100 Mbps clean pipe, he's still using only about 10 to 20 Mbps. There are not enough applications available today, except for maybe for gaming. There are gamers who need much higher bandwidth. But otherwise, there are not so many applications available today where the demand for 50 Mbps or 100 Mbps really is there. And that's also a reason why I'm sort of a bit of a cynic on 5G. We might have the infrastructure coming in. We might have the deployments being done. Where are the applications? Where are the requirements? Yes, there would be certain key applications, but until unless the applications get built up, 5G utilization will not happen. I, as a user, do not need 1G coming to my phone. What do I do with 1G bandwidth coming to my phone? I'm happy with getting 10 or 20 Mbps itself. Do I have applications to go there? Anyway, that's the cynic part of me. But coming back to reality. So in FTTH, apart from managing the fiber, which is a challenge for any ISP or operator down there, the other is a bit of redundancy. So you really come back to a situation of, should I have a centralized network or should I have a distributed network? How many distribution points do I have? And so we've actually worked on some models to actually bring in redundancy, even in an FTTH architecture. We've succeeded some places. We're trying out new places. So the vision is that maybe within this year, we should have a redundant FTTH architecture running on the ground. Manpower is a huge challenge. And again, I think it was discussed in the first session as well. Skill development really needs to get in there to try and build. And Northeast is typical. Northeast, except for the states of Assam and Manipur, where you have technical resources available, the rest of the states do not have any technical resources available. In terms of engineering colleges, in terms of diploma institutes itself, it's very, very limited. What I keep telling the people in the Northeast and the general bureaucrats as well, is till the time Northeast organizes it as a unit. Today, because of the tribal culture, they are separate entities. Meghalaya thinks about itself, Mizoram thinks about itself. Till the time all the 7 states plus Sikkim don't organize themselves as one unit because they have similar problems. The way of putting the problems across is different. If they don't organize themselves together, and unfortunately, mainland India will not really listen to them. because their problems are unique. It's in a normal parlance, people talk about India as a cultural group like Europe. I would say Northeast is also like a cultural group like Europe itself. You look at Arunachal itself, Arunachal has something like 36 tribes. Nagaland similarly has about 20 tribes. The number of languages across the Northeast is about 100 to 150. And there is no commonality. If you move from one state to the other state, for instance, Mizoram is a classic example. It's like closed state. Another interesting anecdote associated with it is, I have a trade license in Shillong, in Mizoram, in Meghalaya and Mizoram, because of my ISP license. But the trade license actually is in my employee's name. I cannot get a trade license as a company. I cannot own property there. So these are interesting anecdotes from the region. Sure. So what we've done is, apart from providing the pipe, because we are very sure, very sure that a year from now or 2 years from now, we will not be able to price the bandwidth going into the house or going to the office. We have to have services riding on top of that. So we worked on smart home as a business case, and I think it's as a start, security is an important criterion where people are really interested, because the Wi-Fi hotspot is already there in the house. It's adding a camera associated with that, which can be managed from wherever. And then certain smart applications which come around. And again, we did a research across the country, and we saw most of the companies were actually Chinese companies who were actually hawking these products. Fortunately, we came across Hero Group, which has a manufacturing plant now available in Manesar, and they are actually focused onto this space. So we're partnering with them, and it is becoming an interesting journey. The other area which we are actually aggressively pushing, and FTTH is helping us there, is public Wi-Fi, as well as managed Wi-Fi, because there are a lot of campuses which have Wi-Fi, but there is no management behind it. When we started off 2 years ago on a hotel segment, we found, and typically this happens when you get into a hotel, they give you a password, and that password is known to everyone and his uncle, as well as the panwala sitting outside. Now that is an issue for a lot of the hotel properties. So we've tried to bring in some management on that. So we are actually managing a lot of hotels, the Wi-Fi part of the hotel itself, from our central node as well as from a local node. So we're trying to bring in additional services which actually can keep us afloat, as well as provide a differentiation to the end customer, who otherwise are probably going to get taken away by a Jio or an Airtel. So we call ourselves a boutique ISP, and that's how we try to survive. Just on the profile itself, which I've already talked about earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailendra ji. And I'm very sure the audience would have enjoyed the insights he has given on the challenges. And right of way is the big challenge that he has explained. And I have one small thing to share with you. Imagine situation where right of way is with monkeys. I'm not talking of the municipal authorities as monkeys, but the real monkeys. I had come back from a trip to Vrindavan, and then I was sitting in my office. I had one conversation with one of the partners who was working in Delhi, FTTH, and then he wanted to roll out in Noida, Ghaziabad. And I shared my experience of Vrindavan with him. I said the partner is not really able to work there because of the problem of monkeys. So if you have the overhead fibers, then probably every now and then they'll do their job, and then your connection is lost. He said, sir, do you know that there are more horrible and terrible monkeys in Delhi than you have in Vrindavan? I said, no, I do not know. He said, I operate in areas in Delhi where you have this situation, but it's the right skill, the knowledge, how to put up the fiber in an area where you have monkeys, and still you will be able to run your network. He said, I have the skill, I have the team, you give me a chance and I'll do a better job than what you have seen in Vrindavan. I said, please go ahead. That's what I wanted. That's why I shared the problem with you. And believe me, he now has some 700 plus connections in Vrindavan with the right team being put up there, right? So what he told was a very right point, that a skill is a serious gap. Though we talk of last mile and all that professionalism and the investment, but to find a right team who will do the right job and keep the customers happy is still a very big challenge. And I'm sure with times evolving, the skill gap should get covered as quickly as possible. We are also putting our best efforts. We have a program called SWIFT, Skillfully Wiring India with Fiber Technologies, where we give a 4-day mandatory training to our partners when we onboard them and tell them that what is the technology, what are the incentive programs and all that, so that they have the right knowledge to put their hands into the field. Some of them are already pre-equipped, but large set of them are not. So this is one thing there where we need to work as a country. Thank you so much once again. And we have now the last speaker before we'll break for lunch. And then now he has a challenge on hand to keep you engaged and not look towards the buffet area. So Mr. Sudhir Kunder, he's the country director for DCIX, and he'll now be sharing his thoughts with you. Over to you.
So, first of all, a very good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Dua, for making life a little bit easy for me. Toughest slot to be in. It is me who's standing in between you and your sumptuous lunch. But good afternoon also to the 650 plus online participants who've been patiently hearing this exhilarating session that we've been seeing. And just to let you know, DCIX India has been here for the last, DCIX has been in India for the last 4.5 years, out of which the last 2.5 years have been one of the most exhilarating times that the interconnection business has seen, probably across the globe in our ecosystem and definitely in the Asia Pacific region. So DCIX typically, as you know, is a platform wherein on one side you have the A side where you have the Googles, Facebooks and Akamais of the world, and on the other side you have the consumers where the ISPs and the enterprises on board with us by virtue of the spread that we bring to the geography. In short, DCIX Global has got 32 exchanges around the world, and we have 2,600 odd connected customers and growing rapidly. We are connected at 500 plus data centers across the globe. With due humility, I would like to tell you that DCIX Mumbai has been now Asia Pacific #1 in terms of connected customers for the last 1 year or so, with 29 countries and 153 exchanges to look at. And not only that, but in India also, we are one of the largest. We are the largest connected customer base organization with more than 520 plus customers. This is our spread. We are available across data centers only, and 16 POPs is what we have across the 4 geographies of Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, and Kolkata. And in addition to that, by a unique tie-up with Lightstorm Capital Ventures, which got announced a couple of months back, we are available across 22 additional data centers. It is the WIP, so very soon all 22 of them would go live. Coming from there, the service offerings and why these introductory pieces are necessary is what you will realize in some time. So please, would request you to pay attention here. A single access port, which gives you access to multiple services like internet exchange, cloud exchange, maps, and a host of other services to come through. While internet exchange definitely is known to a lot of y'all, wherein our Mumbai property helps you offload traffic to the extent of 92%. Cloud exchange is a unique proposition across the same infrastructure, wherein we have access to AWS, Azure, Google, and Oracle Cloud. So this contributes to roughly 92%, 92% of the Indian cloud space today. And anybody wanting to go on ramp or use their hybrid will find it as a very useful mechanism. And we've seen a large telco, yes, a large telco, come on board with us in the month of October last year. And we've seen rapid adoption and acceleration of that service, which they've been able to do from their earlier assignments that they used to manage. This is where, in short, I would let you know the basic benefits that you would have in connecting up with an exchange and why it gets more relevance as we go ahead. You have better control on your traffic. You have scalable, robust, reliable, as you've heard a lot of participants and presenters talk about it on the ramp, on the as to why is it that we see these things being equally important, not now, but earlier also when it was needed badly during the pandemic and after that. This is some staggering numbers that I thought I should bring to the table while I heard a lot of presenters saying about the traffic implosion that they saw. Just look at the number here. OTT and VOD at 240, 2,480% growth. And these figures are basically from Feb 20 to Feb 22. So it's typically that period where roti, kapda, makan and internet became important at that point of time. So these are some staggering numbers wherein 779% of CDN traffic, ISP traffic grew by 780%, gaming traffic that got spoken about some time back at 2156, so on and so forth. And why is it that we become more critical for the FTTH business is what I would want to spend some time now. This is where the current landscape looks like in India. A lot of earlier participants have spoken about it. So briefly, after China, India is the second largest country with 658 million users as of now. Our usage currently, these are up-to-date figures, is in the range of 13 GB per day. As we see, fiber is being laid out anywhere between 350 to 1251 kilometers. And it was exhilarating to understand the kind of fiberization that Bharat is also doing in terms of the India that we speak about. So when I heard a rural piece going in that pace, that probably next 3 to 5 years, the true digital India will actually come and show the power of connectivity, so to speak. By 2025, India will have 1,134 million internet users. And that's not too far away. And FTTH, if you see, has grown by 0.7 million in 2014 to about 4 million in 2020. This figure will touch a bare minimum of 10 million is what we feel. And with this kind of a implosion, there are some potential issues, problems, challenges that a couple of earlier presenters have spoken about. But this is where I see three major things happening. One, obviously, adoption when the ISP wants to adopt a new CapEx deployment. That is where it comes in. Customer margins have started shrinking in. Deployment of CapEx is always a challenge in this business. Now, while I don't want to go too much into numbers here, what I would want to bring down as a moot point is once an ISP onboards with us at an interconnection platform, he will not only be able to offload traffic, get better latencies, but better quality of service, upgrade on the fly, but there is a substantial amount of savings. This enumeration is for a 5G, 5 gig kind of a customer, an ISP who would necessarily have spent about 90 lakh rupees. But after putting all his costs together and the optimization that we bring to the table, overall, the figure is hidden here a little bit, but 43.36 lakhs is the cost that ultimately he ends up saving for himself, which then gets actively deployed, which is what our experience has been across geographies, specifically down south, where we've been participants to some growth stories with our early adopters. You see, ISPs can reinvest this money into not only FTTH deployment, but also by virtue of having a reliable, capable network, they will be able to go into MDUs, which are today SME, SMB, and enterprise bearing customers as well. This will help him not only get into a better customer stickiness, better scalability, better reliability, have control of traffic on both sides and security of traffic on both sides, but also the availability of cloud exchange and on the fly provisioning of one or more than one cloud service providers across our port helps him make at least 70 to 80% margin, thereby giving him the confidence that if he's gonna be aligning with the only legal exchange here in India, not only is he future-proofing himself from all compliance issues, but he's also taking care of the fact that his investments that he makes diligently are recovered at a fastest possible pace. These are a couple of things that become important for us in terms of how, just a sec. Yeah. So these are a couple of key points that I would want to draw your attention to as to why is it that we say that internet exchange and cloud exchange both form a formidable combination for not only helping a better control, but also to ensure that the customer stickiness goes up, the ability of that particular customer at an ISP level to serve his customers well, to have security at the POP level and beyond the POP level, because you have a secure network available at your network level also, because FTTH probably is one of the most secure ways of connecting to your customer. And over a period of time, the way he is able to get ROIs is going to be significantly higher as compared to other folks who would probably have challenges in taking things forward. And this is where we come. FTTH being one of the best models of delivery, you will have latencies, which probably people would think whether they're possible or not. And we have some figures which say that by coming onto an exchange, not only does one get better latencies, but when you are on a fiber network, it's a double whammy for the customer and for the ISP as well, because the kind of customer stickiness that he gets is unprecedented. The security obviously has two layers now. Now he's going to deliver on a secure network and he's going to work out of a POP, which is 100% secure, and it's almost like a Fort Knox from where he takes delivery and takes it forward. With this adoption, customer will definitely be able to come into a picture where he's tying up with a ISP who's got scalability, reliability, customer sensitivity, and exactly those things that currently a customer looks at. Together, FTTH and interconnection will enable something that makes life easy at both the ends, from a business person's point of view, where he wants to offer secure, reliable, scalable, and a future-proof network, and from a customer standpoint, wherein he is in a position to be rest assured that the quality of services come to play at the time that he needs it the most. These are some verticals, and we've been at the forefront of research. Dickix.net, if possible, needs to get visited, and you see so much of research that we do, and we put it up as open source because we look at this business as having collaborators in the endeavor to making internet an easily accessible service. And as a result of which, we have case studies across verticals which make us relevant not only to the ISP community, but also to the enterprises as well. As I said, some time back, we have a telco onboarding with us and a couple of them having POCs as of now. Now, we make things possible, as a result of which there is a very clear-cut vision that we hold, making digital being available for everything, for everyone, and everywhere. This is where we see the application and content coming together, and latency, as I said, happens to be the new currency. And with the maps coming through, I think the entire landscape of how we will be able to serve not only the enterprises, but the last mile providers' ability to have 8 out of 10 of his customers becomes, a easy walkthrough for him, because Maps is nothing but Microsoft Azure peering services, wherein you will have the likes of O365, Dynamics, and the entire suite being available across a single. Based out of Frankfurt called Hotchief. And this project has been put up by Microsoft themselves on their website so that customers are able to understand how we will be able to bring down latencies from 51 ms to 5 ms. This is one of the major reasons I feel that while there is challenge, there are issues and problems for people to deploy FTTH, but there are solutions available at an arm's length, wherein we will be able to help and ensure that the community in general is able to, the ISP community in general is able to get better ROIs when they move towards this direction of FTTH adoption. Thanks a lot for your time, and I hope I have not given Vivek the time to. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhir ji. The peering and the caching thing that he explained, all ISPs are highly benefited with this science, because if I look from a telcos or ISP perspective, which BSNL is, 3 years back, our international gateway traffic versus the peering caching was like 50-50. Today, it is almost 85% is peered and cached, and remaining goes out from the gateway. So that is the benefit in terms of cost, which comes to the ISPs or the operators. And secondly is the customer delight because of the low latency that one finds on the dispensing of traffic or data. So from both sides, it's a win-win situation. And I really congratulate DCIX or the other our partners into the whole science of peering and caching for bringing in this joy to the customers. And without taking more of your time, I would like to now close this session. Once again, thank all the speakers for the excellent thought sharing, and you also engaging very actively in the whole program. Thank you once again. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for chairing this session. Now may I request Shri Vivek Duaji to the present mementos to our distinguished speakers. To start with, Mr. Rajesh Sharaf, Dr. Rajesh Sharaf, sorry. Is the CEO of Left Hand Software. Mr. Dean from Commscope. Sudhir from DCX. Shailendra from Sheldon. Rajneesh from Courses Technologies. Sir, I would like to present a memento on behalf of Bharat Exhibitions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now break for the lunch. Please join us by 2:45 for the next session. Thank you.
spoken. Yeah.
Some companies make private connections with each other to exchange traffic. But more and more traffic is flowing through shared service platforms we call Internet exchange points. An Internet exchange is a place where many different organizations come together to interconnect their technology. There may be access providers, broadcasters, publishers, social network sites, telecom operators. Really, anybody who relies on network traffic can benefit from the exchange. By connecting in a common place, they save costs, and the traffic between them flows faster and much more efficiently. Traditionally, providers have sold each other passage on their networks. But for some providers who regularly exchange traffic, all that buying and selling can get to be more trouble than it's worth. Many of them saw that if they just agree to meet each other halfway, then everybody's costs go down and the traffic moves more smoothly. Providers are able to make a single connection to the platform to exchange traffic with many participants. This way of doing things is called peering, and it's making the internet faster and more affordable for everybody. The exchange participants make deals with each other according to mutual benefit, so the peering system tends to regulate itself. It may seem like companies are giving away their services, but in fact, each is providing their part of the whole solution their customers need to most efficiently and reliably exchange traffic. The internet is open, decentralized, and totally neutral. Its intelligence lives at the edge, not in the core. No single organization controls it, and that's why it works as well as it does. By agreeing to cooperate, we all make the internet happen. And that's how the internet happens. An
Internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
Today, customers demand highly relevant and personalized experiences. Do you know? As per Google, across the financial services, retail, logistics and delivery, real estate, and travel and tourism sectors, 95% of executives agree that geospatial data plays a key role in business today. Deeper data-driven insights into customer demographics and preferences, combined with geospatial data, enable you to optimize operations and better address customers' needs. You can plan your pricing, products offering, and service delivery with smart location intelligence services offered by a reliable service provider. With Lepton, understand evolving customer choices with robust location intelligence solutions. Make the move now. Get in touch with us to elevate your business operations.
This is a lasting connection, a fundamental idea enabled by technology, created by Commscope to bring together people and information. It can take an idea from one side of the world and help it become a reality all around the world, powered by a network that's all around us, moving information from them to you, to everyone. It's a connection made by a team with over 45 years of expertise, with over 15,000 patents that have solved the challenges of yesterday and created the products that power communications today. It's award-winning, made to the standards of tomorrow and the needs of the future. Designed by Commscope through collaborative innovation, here and there. Created by over 20,000 people and next-generation automation around the globe. Moved through advanced logistics to there and there too. And delivered more responsibly to distribution centers everywhere for network creators everywhere. It's a connection that's supported by a diverse team of over 30,000 in-field experts, field application engineers, and partners who bring it to life, passing on knowledge from our teams to yours to solve business challenges and technical challenges. That lasting connection creates an incredible experience for people in over 150 countries. It advances a stronger network, sustainably, improves the way we learn and interact, at home and at work, creates smarter and cleaner economies, and enables smarter city governments for us all. It's a lasting connection that's made by Commscope.
Connectivity is an expectation. Everywhere we go, whatever we're doing, and an interconnected world depends on stronger networks. Commscope connects the unconnected, rural, urban, and remote, enabling universal access and facilitating economic growth and social participation across geographies and across industries. We design solutions that advance bandwidth and speed, solutions that scale to meet growing demand, enabling new interactions and experiences. And as emerging technologies reshape the network landscape, our customer partnerships solve for future needs, with foundational innovations born of research and development to shape the networks of tomorrow. Commscope creates the lasting connections that bring people together, advance opportunities, and power society.
When you use the internet, what happens? Whether you go online to chat with a friend, or send mail, or buy a book, or check the weather, watch a movie, or study the Peloponnesian War, it feels like there's one wire connecting you directly to the thing you want. But a billion other people are connecting to a billion other things at the same time. How does that happen? It's really about making agreements. Think of networking as a game. It only works if we agree to play by the same rules. Otherwise, it's not much fun. If you can get 2 or more computers to play together, you have a network. If your friend can do it too, there's another network. But if you both agree that your networks will play the same way, now you can hook the 2 together. You have an internetwork. The rules we play by are called the Internet Protocol. And as long as we all agree, we can keep adding more devices and more networks until the whole world is connected. That's what the Internet is, a network of networks that share each other. Every device on the Internet has its own unique address. Anything you send via Internet is really just a message from one device to another. But it doesn't travel in one big block. It gets pulverized into tiny packets of data, each one wrapped with info about what it is, where it came from, and where it's going. This way, your one message can actually take several different paths to its destination. Then, by following the protocol, the receiving device knows how to put it all back together. The strength of the Internet is that it's decentralized. With so many possible connections, there is no single point of failure. If one path gets overloaded or broken, your data just takes a different path. Even if a big chunk of the Internet gets wiped out, your message can still find its way. But let's say you use one Internet provider and your friend is on a different one. How does your data really get from one network to the other? Some companies make private connections with each other to exchange traffic. But more and more traffic is flowing through shared service platforms we call Internet exchange points. An Internet exchange is a place where many different organizations come together to interconnect their technology. There may be access providers, broadcasters, publishers, social network sites, telecom operators. Really, anybody who relies on network traffic can benefit from the exchange. By connecting in a common place, they save costs, and the traffic between them flows faster and much more efficiently. Traditionally, providers have sold each other passage on their networks. But for some providers who regularly exchange traffic, all that buying and selling can get to be more trouble than it's worth. Many of them saw that if they just agree to meet each other halfway, then everybody's costs go down and the traffic moves more smoothly. Providers are able to make a single connection to the platform to exchange traffic with many participants. This way of doing things is called peering, and it's making the Internet faster and more affordable for everybody. The exchange participants make deals with each other according to mutual benefit, so the peering system tends to regulate itself. It may seem like companies are giving away their services, but in fact, each is providing their part of the whole solution their customers need to most efficiently and reliably exchange traffic. The Internet is open, decentralized, and totally neutral. Its intelligence lives at the edge, not in the core. No single organization controls it, and that's why it works as well as it does. By agreeing to cooperate, we all make the Internet happen. And that's how the Internet happens.
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis.
Good afternoon,
In an
ladies and
internet
gentlemen.
exchange, you can reach thousands
I
of
request you to all take your seats, or if your seats have been taken, to take any other seat which is available. And those who are outside, if I could request you all to come in. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Session 3 of this 5th edition of the FTTH Summit, being held today at the Shangri-La Hotel, is a panel discussion, and the discussion theme is around the sustainability action plans in the FTTH industry. We are very privileged to have with us today as a session chair, Mr. R. Srinivas, who's the advisor TCP in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Mr. Srinivas, thank you so much for joining us today. We also have as speakers, Mr. Sanjeev Bedekar, Mr. Rajneesh Taneja, Mr. Arvind Bali, and joining us remote is Mr. Dheeraj Sharma. If we can bring him up on the screen, that will be very helpful. Thank you so much. Mr. Sanjeev Bedekar is the CEO of RAN Next, and Mr. Dheeraj Sharma is Senior Vice President of Technology Fixed Networks with Reliance Jio. He'll be coming up on the screen shortly. There he is. Welcome, Dheerajji. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. It's a pleasure to have you with us. This is one of the first few sessions where I think we can safely say it's a true hybrid session. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you.
Rajneesh Taneja is board member of Courses Technologies. Rajneesh ji, thank you so much for being with us. And finally, Mr. Arvind Bali, the CEO of the Telecom Sector Skill Council. With that quick round of introductions, may I request the speakers to please join me here on the stage. Thank you. And we can get ahead with the panel discussion on sustainability action plans in the FTTH industry. For the benefit of the group, the plan is really to set the discussion topic and the flow. I'm going to ask Mr. R. Srinivas, Advisor, TCP, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, to set the tone for this session. Mr. Srinivas.
Yeah. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers on the dais, participants of the dais. I will be highlighting some of the efforts, towards the FTTH and what has been the efforts of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs as well as Department of Telecommunications. I will just briefly highlight the policies, related to strengthening the telecom infrastructure. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. In fact, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is responsible for formulating the model building bylaws. These bylaws are essentially model. Why? What we say that these bylaws are for the guidance of the state government, and every state government have got their own, building bylaws, and the model building bylaws have been acting as, guide to all the state governments, and based on that, most of the state governments have come up with their, building bylaws. So as per the request of, Department of Telecommunication, we have come up with the, an addendum to the model building bylaws 2016, which is in the form of, annexure. We have put in the annexure of the model building bylaws. Model building bylaws are available in the website. Those who are interested, they can always download from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs website. Now, what we have done is, this is provision for in-building solution digital communication infrastructure. And what are the broad contents? The addendum was prepared in consultation of, Broadband India Forum, Department of Telecommunication, Telecommunication Regulatory Authority of India, and Cellular Operators Association of India. And the broad contents are, of course, we have given the introduction of communication system, that how we are actually, progressing in the telecom sector, especially migrating to the 5G infrastructure. Then emerging technologies we have given in the detail. Now, what are the policy efforts? We have, documented certain policies towards the telecommunication sector. Then, of course, what are the in-building and gated building solutions? And you are all aware, while constructing the buildings, there is a process, the builders, they apply for building plan approvals, and the process is still issuance of completion certificate. And most of the cities, we have total number of 7,933 cities and towns, And out of that, almost 2,500 cities and towns have migrated to online building permission system. The best example is Delhi, Mumbai, where they have totally migrated to online building permission system, which not only includes the building plan approvals, but also culminates into the issuance of occupancy cum completion certificate. So, yes, the addendum has been approved by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And in fact, this has been shared with the Department of Telecommunication. After the approval, we have circulated to all the state government and union territories with a request that this addendum have to be incorporated in their respective building bylaws. So that, whenever you, the telecom operators, they go for, laying the telecommunication cables, they should not face any problem. And of course, at the layout level also, prior approval has to be given to the telecom operators, which we have highlighted in this addendum. And we have also highlighted the role of, resident welfare association, that there should not be any problem while providing access to the telecom cables. Next, please. Now, this is, the latest a committee was constituted for the, to facilitate standard approach for proliferation of dense small cell infrastructure. This was, committee constituted by Department of Telecommunication, wherein a detailed discussion actually took place that how we are going to install the small cell deployment. I mean, that's very much important, which is the latest technology. And from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs point of view, we have provided inputs, especially to the small cell power consideration and different scenarios of small cell deployment of street furniture. I think there are a lot of GIS experts here. In fact, my organization, Town and City Planning Organization, is actually involved in monitoring the progress of GIS-based master plans. And most of the cities have been instructed to prepare master plan totally on the GIS platform. So what could be the role, how we can have an interface once we are going to install the 5G small cell. And it has been clearly mentioned, in one of the document, one of the draft policy, wherein it has been, mentioned, this is draft ROW policy, that for successful pan-India 5G rollout, huge number of poles would be needed to be erected for deployment of small cells. In addition, the existing street furniture would also need to be exploited for deployment of small cells. Here, GIS technology can very well play the role, especially when you are going to install the 5G cell on the poles. The poles are need to be, geotagged for, effective monitoring of, the installation of 5G small cell. Now, this is, the draft policy guidelines for right of way in the establishment of telecommunication infrastructure across the country. This has been circulated to all the ministries, and we have already given our comments to this draft. I don't know whether you have gone through the draft guidelines. And as far as Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is concerned, we have commented on the establishment of poles for deployment of small cells, then uses of street furniture for development of small cells, and then mandatory in-building solutions. They have already incorporated, the mandatory in-building solutions in the, the guidelines for 5G small cell infrastructure. So with this, we have also, you can see point number 13, single online portal and deemed approval. That's very much important, when we have totally migrated to, online approvals. So why not, for granting the clearance of RW, why not we need to have a single online portal and deemed approval. So this is brief, affairs of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and what inputs we have given to these policy guidelines. This is a brief. Can you go to the next? Sorry. Now these are, for today's session, what 5, important questions, could be, asked to the distinguished speakers. I will request the speakers kindly go through this. I will just, say what are the challenges being faced today in smooth, installation of FTTH inside the buildings, and what measures, more could the government take by way of policy and regulatory intervention to facilitate further ease of rolling out FTTH? What are the expectations of, telecom operators? I mean, of course, from the government side, our role is to facilitate, there should not be any constraint. Once you talk about ease of doing business, I think everything has to be online. Those days have gone that when a person, for building plan approvals, he has to go through various departments to obtain the clearances. And in fact, Mumbai and Delhi, they have totally, seamlessly integrated all the NOCs. Typically you are aware that, prior to obtain the occupancy completion certificate, there are a number of external and internal agencies where you need to obtain no objection certificates. And a lot of efforts. I mean, it took almost 4 to 5 years, to coordinate with various agencies and to ensure, seamless, integration with all the no objection certificate agencies. Now, what could be the learnings which we derive from the international best practices while delivering FTTH? I was, going through the data, I think China now it's ranked first with regard to penetration of the 5G infrastructure. We don't know the data of, USA, how much they have penetrated. I think India, maybe I think the previous speaker in the previous session, he was speaking about Indian context, that India may be ranked second after China with regard to, the installation of 5G infrastructure. Then how to ensure a good QoS in buildings and to sustain it, and what all we can do, I mean, what we feel are the steps that need to be taken by the different, operators. Then how does 5G PON support 5G use cases? Of course, I'm not a telecommunication expert. I hope the distinguished speakers will definitely, give their replies on this. And lastly, how would the ROW policy affect the role of FTTH, especially in removing earlier hurdles? In fact, from government side, we definitely would like to know what are the hurdles, what are the, especially once the telecommunication cables are, laid in the group housing societies wherein, RWA might be, charging to the telecommunication operators. So how these hurdles can be removed? I think we will have definitely a very interactive session. I think sometime we should also keep for the participants who can give their views or they can answer. Thank you very much. And I think we should start our session. So I hope you have seen the questions. So first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Bedekar, who is Chief Executive Officer of Space World. I think you should feel free, to answer any of the questions which we have asked. Maybe if you can start.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, Mr. Srinivas. And it's really good to see that today this session is chaired by no less than Mahua, and that itself speaks about the importance that government and the department is giving to this particular aspect. Thanks a lot. And hi, Dheerajji, we couldn't meet you here, but so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I think the first question is extremely important, that what are the challenges that we face? Maybe I will try to mix up the opportunity and the challenges both, because they always go hand in hand. Today, somehow, FTTX is predominantly considered as a technology to provide broadband or high bandwidth services to the customers. I believe it has a much, much larger role to play, and it can really become the foundation for any telecom inside a building. The first thing is, every building today, new ones especially, and even the older ones, are going through a complete digital transformation. Security cameras are the basic hygienes nowadays. There are BMS that is getting automated. There are multiple things and multiple aspects that are being brought up. And unfortunately, even the builders and the best of the builders, where the costs are pretty high for these buildings, they are still using pretty old technologies. Most of them are on LAN cables and all that. So this is doing two harms. Number one, we are putting a primitive technology despite the latest one being available. And second, we are choking all the shafts that are available over there. Now, multiple operators come in. While we have only 4 mobile operators in the country, but on the fixed line, there are at least 7 to 8 in any area, out of which the 4 are there, but there are a lot of small operators which are there and who play a very important role. For the builders, for the RWAs, again, it becomes a nuisance at times. First during deployment and then during maintenance, because again, the multiple people will keep coming. And last but not the least is the mobile coverage. I believe all the operators are really trying to put their best foot forward to provide in-building coverages or mobile solutions inside the buildings. But somehow in the absence of permissions, in the absence of some apprehensions that the people have, it's very difficult to deploy any type of BTSs. So all these 3 opportunities which can actually do a lot of good to the people who are staying there, they become actually big challenge. So permissions, permissions to build their networks inside. And this is where we need to come out with some methodologies, and I think it will come out in your next questions as well, wherein there is a possibility and opportunity for neutral operators. Sir, in last 10 years of India's revolution of telecom, the Indus, the American Tower Company, the Tower Visions, and all the tower companies have played a very important role. So while operators have struggled hard, have put in a lot of money to provide best coverage, these guys have, now I think it is time to create the second stage of infrastructure provider or neutral service providers who can really play a very important role to provide these infrastructures in the buildings.
Thank you, Bedekar Saab. I mean, you have really raised very vital points, especially, when you mentioned about that still we are insisting on the primitive technologies. I don't know what could be the reason. Is it that cost factor is there where, I mean, you really have to, switch over to the latest technologies perhaps?
Actually, sir, very surprisingly, even cost is not the factor. And we are trying to work with builders to really explain it to them. But maybe there is a requirement of a shared infrastructure that can really be utilized by all.
Correct.
So the cost will go down when it gets shared by everyone. It is as simple as that.
I think, the next comment you have given is that, once you are laying the cables within the, the group housing societies where, the operators really face difficult. Perhaps Cellular Operator Association of India can write to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, because this, whatever the permissions within the city and in the group housing, premises, I think if you can write, we can definitely send advisories to all the urban development department, under whom the urban local bodies and urban development authorities, they come. So, we can write to the urban development department, and urban development department in turn, they can advise the urban local bodies and urban development authorities. These are the implementing agencies, or these are the implementers which actually grant approvals. So they can write to the, the RWS, and with a request that you kindly allow free access to the, the telecom operators. Now, permission to build. I think, in fact, we have, come out with the solution in the IBS. What I was telling about the addendum, but we also have to see that to what extent the state governments have adopted these provisions, because we are monitoring. One of my, mandate is that to ensure that the state government adopt the provisions of the model building bylaws. So we are continuously monitoring. So this is the latest addendum. In fact, government of Andhra Pradesh have already issued the order to incorporate this in their own respective building bylaws. But again, at the same time, maybe after a few months, we need to have some sort of an audit, whether state government through the local bodies and development authorities, actually they are implementing or not. That's what, we'll have to see. I think maybe COI, if they can write to Ministry of Housing, definitely we will look into. Maybe some other questions, if I invite Mr. Dheeraj Sharma. I think he has joined online perhaps. Maybe warm welcome, Dheeraj Saab. So
Thank
if
you,
you
sir.
could kindly, respond to the questions which we have shown. So definitely it will add a lot of value to our discussions.
So I could remember one or two questions. One of the question was whether the 5G phone or the phone is ready for the 5G. Maybe rest of the question I don't remember, maybe, but I can attempt the other questions also. So on the 5G phone, we have started putting the GPON even for the 4G earlier, and the 5G requires the two changes. One is the GPON has to move to the XGS PON for the 10 gig symmetric backhaul capabilities. And when we go to the millimeter wave of the 5G, but that is not near future, then there will be a requirement of the 25 gig PON. So I thought the two things technology on which we are working or which are ready now, the 10 gig PON is ready, and we have started doing the deployments also. It will be used for the enterprises, it will be used for the 5G, for the private 5G, and that's the one which is available, commercially available, and ready to scale. And like we are having a GPON scalability for the homes, the same level of scale is available for the XGS PON also. And good part is now all the vendors are ready with the combo PON. And what combo PON is there? On the same fiber, we can use the GPON for the homes or for the low bandwidth requirement or for the SMEs. And on the same fiber, the customers or the small cells or the enterprises who require higher bandwidth, symmetric bandwidth, or even the LANs within the buildings, and those capabilities are coming with the XGS PON. So I think the GPON is opening up the bandwidth capability from the backhaul from the 10 gig to 100 gig, and access side from the 2.5 gig to the 10 gig and to the 25 gig. And these two things are which are available. 10 gig is available and 25 gig is available toward the end of the 22. It's not available commercially now, but we have done some trials, but at the initial stage of trials, and commercial availability by end of 22. So I think from the GPON is going to be one of the major breakthrough or major changes. How do we do the backhaul of the small cells today for the 4G and future for the 5G? That's the readiness.
Thank you, Dheeraj ji. Actually, we were working, we were providing input from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to Department of Telecommunication with regard to the guidelines for 5G small cell. And in fact, we were doing a lot of literature survey, and once we were going through, the US, how USA has rolled out the 5G, infrastructure, and what we came to know that it was more of a federal policy, without taking into consideration the viewpoints of the local, the municipalities of the towns in USA. So there were a lot of resentment, once they started installing the 5G, C. So do you think that any problem the state government will be facing in this regard? Perhaps we need to take into confidence all the implementing agencies, especially the local bodies and the development authorities, and then we should go ahead with the implementation of or rather installation of 5G small cell infrastructure.
No, I think we should think as a integrated enhancing permission, not only the fiber or access, including a power, because you cannot take the power connection from the electricity board to each and every small cell.
Yes.
Because the densification of the small cell, so there has to be, it cannot be treated as a commercial connection and then there. So then the people should be encouraged to do some centralized backup, the power coming from the builders or the building tenants. So I think all these things has to be holistically, not only the fiber, the backhaul, the powering, the permissions, and how do we take inside the buildings. So I think, and plus if you see if you are able to say the platform is available, if we can ease out the permission, so wherever the operators are going to face the problems, I think it is going to be a very big blessings to the country.
Of course.
So then only we can do the proliferation of the 5G small cell, because the 5G is more inside the buildings and at the poles, at the walls. So the street side furniture, everything we have to leverage. And I think all the initiatives which are coming up, good to see this initiative, and I am sure we are going to see the outcome in coming days.
Absolutely, absolutely, Dheeraj ji. Thank you very much for your insights. I think, sir, I mean, it will require a lot of, coordination between the different agencies. And of course, we'll impress upon the Department of Telecommunication that the guidance on 5G, small cell, it has to be circulated to every, state government, and we will rather facilitate the dissemination of information to all these, implementing agencies. Maybe, I think in the previous session, they were also mentioning about, the skills problems in Northeast states, very 2 or 3 states have actually, the people who have got the skills. So that also, I think the issue of skills will also be, discussed, I think the next speaker. May I invite Mr. Rajneesh Taneja, who is the board member of Courses Technologies. May I request you, sir, to kindly give your insights on these questions.
There are 2 parts of the network. One is inside the building, which we discussed. The other major part is what is outside the building, and which comes under the jurisdiction of various local bodies and authorities like municipal corporations, councils, PWC, and other multiple agencies. Still, after so many years, that regulatory part of ROW permissions is still a nightmare for most of the telecom operators. Like most of the local bodies, they can frame their own policies. They are not bound, as I understand, by the central guidelines. They can pass resolutions and they can frame their own policies. And some of the big corporations are charging exorbitant rates for digging and for carrying out network creation work. Most of the cities, we don't still have a pole policy in place whereby we can place poles for maybe aerial cables or last miles. And ideally, after so many years, there should have been a process in place whereby we have a dig once policy all across the country, whereby we create utility corridors, and each utility is earmarked gas and water and telecom. Presently, what is happening is I'll finish my work, tomorrow other agency will start digging. So it not only creates hassles for the common citizens, but also deteriorates the network of be it telecom or gas or water. So as I mentioned in my earlier discussion also, that a telecom network which is supposed to be laid for say 20 years, we have to replace every 3-4 years because of this multiple digging part. So this ROW thing has to be addressed on topmost priority. We have been hearing that 2018 we came out with a draft policy for single window thing, but still it is far from being implemented. And unless we have a regulation on pricing and processes, it still is a big issue for all telecom.
Rajneesh Taneja ji, you've also, raised very vital points, especially, with regard to the, the local bodies, they have their own policies. They will pass the resolution, and they may not adhere to the guidelines which have been issued by the, the Department of Telecommunication. You have rightly mentioned about the pole policies. That has to be. And that has to be really, we have to work it on. Maybe, a communication to be sent to the Department of Telecommunication, and Ministry of Housing and DOT can together work on the, the pole policy. Now, of course, pole policy, you have mentioned about the dig one policy, utility corridor. You must have seen GIFT. GIFT is one of the greenfield, the planned township where they already have the utility corridors. Whenever, Government of India or a Ministry of Housing or Urban advocates, the development of new township, there are, the 15 Finance Commission, they have advocated that we need to, plan or develop new 8 incubation towns, and an amount of 10,000 crore rupees would be, sanctioned for developing these towns. So definitely your viewpoint, I mean, what you have mentioned about the dig one policy, that has to be, be the integrated part of the, the whatever the master plans or the development plans which we are going to prepare. And I'm absolutely sure that the new township, wherever it comes, it will definitely have the, the utility corridor. So that will, to large extent, it will resolve the problem of, the digging, or it could be a shared, I mean, if it is a utility corridor, so all the telecom operators can work on a sharing basis. Now, the challenge would be what will happen to our old cities, the brownfield cities, where, how, you will keep on seeing, if you take the example of the Mumbai or any million plus cities, they are all, in mode of, the redevelopment. A lot of properties are being redeveloped. So somewhere we also need to have a policy for the brownfield cities. Once go for, I'm quite surprised that you have mentioned that in spite of, the draft policies has come, and even the previous policies, the single window clearances or the experience has not been too good. So perhaps we again will have to work it on. As far as building plan approvals, we have a good experience where cities have done a lot. But for this, I think we'll have to have a serious discussion with the Department of Telecommunication. Pricing for a process. I mean, I'm not an expert on this pricing. Perhaps Rajatji, if you can, highlight some points on that.
I think the pricing is actually something which is definitely needs regulation. There's no question about it. The pricing presently is whoever has the ability to harness the most. And unfortunately, the end customer, their interest is forgotten in the process altogether. So if the municipal corporation happens to be a rich municipal corporation, and there are many examples in the state of Maharashtra, for example, very specifically, Pune is one, where they have extracted an enormous sum of money on a per kilometer basis. And I am given to understand that there is some discussion within the Department of Telecommunications on developing a standard ROW costing, which will then be proposed to be issued across the country. The question then, of course, will be implementation of that. In the same way that the ROW policy or regulations were issued in 2018 and are still to be followed in most states, the same will happen as far as this particular rate is concerned. But at least it will be a beginning.
Thank you, Rajatji, for your.
I must add here, to an extent, this is captured in the new ROW policy. But now the only thing is we need to see how does it get implemented. And there are few states, I understand MP, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, and some of them who have even implemented some of the things. But the real one comes from the richer cities, as Mr. Mukherjee said.
Maybe Dheeraj has a point of view also on this.
If you can give his suggestions.
No, I think the point is very valid. The implementation across the country is critical, and because I think the most critical is I would say the top 10 cities, and then followed by the next series of cities, and if the major cities like Pune, Nagpur, Mumbai, and if you're not able to take benefit of that, then I think because here where the most of the enterprise and the money is there, and most challenges are there, and large buildings are there, and other places where it is pretty flat bed, small cities, the challenge is more on the pole side and other side. So I think, but that's true.
Thank you, Dheerajji. If you'd like to add.
Just to give you an idea about the pricing part, some of the rich corporations charging as high as 3,000 to 4,000 rupees a meter. So for all practical purposes, this does not make any business sense for a telecom operator to provide a good, robust, reliable network. They'll try to find ways to somehow provide a network, but not what as a citizen I require. The quality and the experience will definitely go down. So, and it has to be fast-tracked, this ROW process, because it is actually impacting the entire nation. And the kind of data requirement we have right now, unless we fast track it, it's going to be a bottleneck.
Yes, absolutely. It will be a bottleneck, but I would like to share our experience, from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, under the ease of doing business, the World Bank, which used to, publish every year, the rankings, the rankings in construction permit. We had a drastic improvement from 181 in 2041, we reached to, 27, a drastic improvement. But how it was possible, we were continuously coordinating with the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai and Municipal Corporation of Delhi, and it's absolutely not an easy task. It took 4 or 5 years to convince, both the corporations that you should migrate to the online, the approvals, fast tracking the approvals. It used to take more than 150 days to get a building plan approval. Now, if you see the latest, within 1 week, you can get the building plan approvals, and without visiting the either the municipal corporation office or the offices which grant, the no objection certificates. So it's not, it requires a lot of persuasion. It required the intervention of secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Virtually, he used to go every month to Mumbai and in fact, Delhi MCD. And we used to have a lot of discussion with the stakeholders, with the architects, engineers who are actually responsible for preparing the plan. And that too, bringing all the agencies on board, it's not an easy. And you see in the Mumbai, there are a lot of lands under the control of defense. Now, how you are going to integrate the clearances of defense, it's a difficult task, because they will not share the map because of the sensitivity of the installation. So continuing with our discussions, now I would like to invite Mr. Arvind Bali. He is Chief Executive Officer, Telecom Sector Skill Council. I think that's very much important, the skill enhancement. And just a minute, sir. From Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, again, I would like to share that for the first time in the history of budget, Honorable Finance Minister mentioned about the urban sector, the urban planning. And she also mentioned that some of the reforms you'll have to really undertake at the city and the towns level, and we are working on that. And while undertaking the reforms, the most important is the capacity building. There is a high power committee has been constituted under the Director School of Planning and Architecture. I am the member convener of the. So we will be highlighting what are the capacity gaps, capacity needs, capacity requirement for the professions who are working in the urban sector. So similarly, I will request Arvind Bali kindly highlight what are the the skill, what are the gaps in the skills, and what are the requirements, and can we have a short term or the long term plan wherein we can really work for skill enhancement in the telecom sector. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and first of all, thanks a lot, BIF, Rajat, for organizing this event, and I got an opportunity to meet so many friends today. So it was really a pleasure. And also, as far as the subject, FTTH is something which is very close to my heart. I remember in 2013-14, that was the time when we had this Punjab circle where we were giving landlines, and we also had our own fiber. And that was a time when most of the companies who had landline licenses, they were fearing that what will happen to our business. And that was a time I remember I made a speech in one of our R&R event, and I gave them an example of Comcast of USA, like they were also a landline operator, and how big they became in FTTH, and something we should start. So we were a very small player in Punjab, and still, we were probably one of the first to really give FTTH in Punjab. Now, coming to this specific question, which is related to skilling, I personally feel that I think there's a lot of gap and a lot need to be done around skilling. It is something on which I think as far as government is concerned, government is doing so many things. Skill India initiative itself, Prime Minister Modi himself is giving so much of importance. There's a full-fledged ministry.
There's a skill council. We have got all the members. We are all the time working on latest curriculums and things like that. But then definitely there are challenges. Now, what is the challenge which I think a lot of you have really talked, and there is historic reason as compared to US as well as Western Europe. India had a very serious difference between them and us, right? In India, it so happened that our telephone density was very low. And suddenly we got cellular, and like everybody moved directly to cellulars, and landline as such was very, very low. So that means copper or fiber going to home was very less. And then, suddenly we started working on providing fiber to homes. And now, it has become such an important thing. And suddenly I think we all feel that probably, we are not well prepared, and the kind of work which should have happened has not happened. And a lot of things need to be done around that. And it is really worrying all of them. Now, there's a time, I remember only 2 days back, in one of our community discussion, we were having this call, one of the operators' fiber was down, and then a lot of people were saying, you had only one operator's fiber. Why don't you have 2 operators' fiber? Like we have got with electricity, DG set, we should also have something similar backup plan for connectivity, because you can't live without that. If you're working from home or otherwise, I think you need it all the time. Now, coming to the skill part, the biggest gap what I find is that most of the companies, first of all, I think the very basic difference is all large companies who are really fiber companies or the companies who are providing broadband, they actually get this thing done through third parties. Or you can say they have got their contractors, or they have partners, or agencies. And these companies, they don't put so much of focus on skilling or training. We do approach all the large companies that a lot of skill should be given, a lot of training should be given. But unfortunately, all that don't come under them directly. And now, we have started requesting, we have got a big team who is working with industries. We go to them and tell them that ultimately, when even your extended arm or a contractor's man is going to a house, they don't see him like a contractor's man. They see it like your man, right? So he should be properly skilled. He should be given all those skills and training. Big gap and understanding, like for example, even when the fiber cuts are there, the way, we maintain it, ultimately what we are doing is we are spoiling the whole fiber. And another issue which is typical in India is we have most of the discussions around multi-story buildings. But ultimately, except for metros, most of the places you have row houses. And in row houses, providing fiber is a challenge. And you provide aerial fiber, then it gets broken, and then, repair. Technicians are not there. So all those kind of challenges are there. So our request to most of the industries, and we are actually started a big outreach program, whereby one is, we are giving a lot of free content, digital content to companies that at least, make sure that your staff or the people who are doing this job, they should see those videos. At least, they will at least yeah, so they should see those videos, and at least they know by audio visual you learn very fast, even if we don't want to bring them to the classrooms or something like that. So we have got our own LMS system through which, we try to give a lot of skilling through digital media. We can devise a lot of program. But the thing which I think we all have to understand, and Rajat, I think you know it very well, it is practically very difficult for lowest level of employees to bring in a hotel or some conference room and skill them and train them, or to bring them to the classroom. It costs a lot of money, plus, you don't have backup so much, and all the time you're passing through one crisis to another. So the best thing is that we should try to give them online skilling and online certification, and we have got programs through which we can do. Only thing is, I think that message has to reach loud and clear to all the industries that they should not just leave it on smaller contractors and outsource that, like, जो जैसे काम कर रहा है वैसे करता रहे. Not the ones, who have just grown from electrician to a fiber expert. I think that approach will not really work in this case.
Thank you, Arvind Baliji. You raised a very points, especially with regard to the technical gaps, and you mentioned that the most of the companies actually rely on outsourcing or outsourcing to the third party, the contractors or the partners. But will it not be possible that some sort of a registration to be done for the, the third party or the contractors?
Yeah, actually, that is what is need to be done. The approach which I think most of the companies have to adopt is that even if you have got contractors or sub-vendor, they should be treated like your own employee. You should maintain a database, and that database should be then used. It has started happening. I'm not saying that this is not happening, but we are just able to address bigger ones, able to reach out to some of them. But ultimately, I think if we really want to achieve quality and the best of the quality, then I think it should be done uniformly everywhere. The other thing is, which is also very important, is that it is something which has to be done from the very beginning. Like all our programs, like a lot of youth we are skilling today, even in ITIs and also, in our training institutes, who are trained on that. So if the companies just simply start taking them as a skilled manpower, because the gap is we are skilling people, they don't get the jobs, and those who are getting jobs, they are not taking skilling, and there's a big gap. So as Telecom Sector Skill Council, we are trying to bridge that gap. But I think first of all, if we are able to start hiring these guys who are being skilled, you'll find a big difference.
And so, sir, I suggest, and maybe it's already there, there is a huge scope for certification of this. Like in IP networking, there were always a CCNA. There are so many such courses which always give a lot of comfort to the contractors and all these guys also. Yeah, this guy is trained for this particular thing. And then obviously his opportunity for hiring also gets improved. But if there is some sort of certification methodologies, and that can also be a
certification. I think, but I was very glad to know that they have got an online skilling program. And based on successful completion, I think you can always introduce this. I think you are already doing the certification program. You are already doing the certification program.
Mr. Srinivas, may I
yeah,
ask
please, sir.
I just wanted to understand what the view of the speakers is with regard to continuous power supply. I had a very particular query raised by somebody in our housing society. They say that we have generators, but it takes sometimes maybe half a minute or a minute for those generators to power on. In order to prevent a problem, they have UPS for their backup, for their desktops and for their Wi-Fi routers. But what happens is when the power goes off, the signal at the back end goes off as well. So is there any minimum threshold QoS required for uninterrupted power supply for in-building solutions?
Can you?
But I'm a bit surprised because most of the installations on IBS, why just IBS, any BTSs, there is always a battery backup which is available over there. And it is generally in few hours based on what is the condition of power in that area. So normally at least power adds into cost for sure, but then it's a must. Yeah, DG sets are slowly going away. One of the agendas of green sites also. But battery is not going away to my mind, and battery is very much there. If you see the modern towers of Jio, who are much more efficient, even they have not taken away the battery out of it. Maybe Dheeraj can add into it. So battery very much exists, and that provides,
is different. And I think I also suggest to many people like that. what is happening is in community, we are depending on supply from, let's say, Haryana State Electricity Board, and that trips, say, 4 times, 5 times in a day. And DGs takes around half a minute to start or 1 minute to start. And during this period, your Wi-Fi switch offs, and then you're like everything restarts, take time. So what I've proposed, and I've done it in my case, and I propose it to many people, the very small UPS only for your router if you can help. Because most of the time your phone, your iPad, your computer has got a battery backup. So it'll still be working, right? And that UPS helps you for getting uninterrupted broadband or Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but I was talking about that router in the house is covered, but the connection behind it is what is not covered. So even if the Wi-Fi is on, there is still a signal loss in the line.
Yeah, I just maybe I will try to attempt it. So because I think maybe some of the old generation networks are the one which are where the people are having a maybe distributed switches from some of the operators and all, and there maybe if the power goes, maybe their backup is not there, and then there is interruption of services. But today, I would say 90% of the broadband services coming on the fiber, and where the central office or the OLTs are having a power backup, and rest of everything is a passive. So if the customer is having a power backup at his own place, his own premise, then he will having a uninterrupted experience, and he will not be having a problem because of the frequent outages of the problem. The only issues are there where there is a prolonged outages more than 6 hours, 8 hours, and then there can be some outages. But that also the operators, most of the places based on the experience, they're having a power, the battery backup instead of 8 hours, 16 hours or high backup to manage this situation. And ultimately everyone sees the customer experience and see the outage and the availability should be not compromised. And I think most of the operators, we are able to at least ensure even 99.8, 99.9 to the consumers. That much experience is now coming to the FTTH customers. So maybe specific cases, this could be the cases, but I think by and large now the customers are able to enjoy near to enterprise grade experience up to his premise, up to their premises.
So
in fact, sir,
is there an opportunity for us to include this as a standard
absolutely
part from the QoS side?
But the biggest concern would be, what about, we are fortunate enough to stay in million-plus cities or the greenfield township where you may enjoy the uninterrupted power supply, but what about the rural areas? What about the small and medium towns? Now actually, being working in town and country planning organization, we often get criticized that where is the country, where are the, the plans for the rural areas? So also we are working on, and in fact, we have prepared the guidelines for preparing a plan for Gram Panchayats. I think one of the most important aspect would be to ensure uninterrupted power supplies for the rural areas. That's what, and we have experience, while teaching, from, home, we have faced that lot of students, either they are staying in the distant Ladakh district or Sikkim or Arunachal Pradesh. There was a lot of, problem of, there was no problem of internet connectivity. There was a problem of power failure. So I think it was a very interesting session. I think we may request participants if they can have certain questions to the distinguished speakers. Maybe, yes.
Thank you. There's a question there. If you could please introduce yourself and tell us who you are and where you are from, that will help us.
Yeah.
And who the question is at.
Maybe to all, anyone can answer. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Narendra Arora from Vyabi Solutions. So my question is that in most of such meetings, generally there is a discussion about the challenges of fiber deployment, about right-of-way challenges, but there is little or no discussion about monitoring the optical fiber or how to protect it, right? So generally there is a lot of time gap between when the fiber is deployed and the activities put on the services, right? in this time, whether this fiber was available or not available, how to ensure the feasibility if I have to turn on a customer within 24 hours. So there is no discussion about such challenges.
Sanjeev, would you like to take that question? And I'm then going to ask Dheeraj to come in also.
Did you want to start?
Dheeraj, you wanted to start?
Yeah, I can start. Oh, so yeah, Narendra, I think the one you said, ki to some extent you are right, and I think all the operators are working in the direction. So one is whatever the fibers are put on the ground, they are a very, I would say, the golden assets, and they have to be protected and they have to be monitored and managed. So I think from a dark fiber monitoring point of view, I think whatever the deployment was happening earlier, and with the cost optimization happening in this solution, so the dark fiber monitoring is going not only the long distance or the interstate networks. Now it is going to even the metro and the access networks also. So it is going further deeper and deeper because of the fiber cost is also becoming high. And everyone wants to say if they have put the fiber, each and every fiber stand should be put to use or should be monitored so that whenever they require, they should be able to use it. That's I think the point number one. And the second thing from a point of view, the feasibility and where the fiber is there and how they want to use it. And I think everyone is putting and the things into the systems, into the GS-based platform, where everyone knows each and every asset, where this asset is there, how much it utilized, how much to be used, and for which application they are being used. By having a OSS and the fiber-based monitoring solutions, I think the lot of intelligence is being put into place with our entire next gen operation, fiber monitoring, GS platforms, and bringing everything put together on the platform. And fiber as a service, fiber as a asset is being monitored and being monetized also to large extent. And with the deep fiber coming for the FTTH, it is becoming even more challenging. And the people are, at least we are trying to put now the protections, not only even the core and backhauls, even to the customer networks also. And the technology is able to allow us with a cost effectiveness and with the customer requiring a reliable services, because there are large number of cuts are there in India. So we cannot protect that part, but we are trying to mitigate that with putting the right technology with the right resiliency, even to the customer networks also. And that is how we are able to manage the QS and the higher availability to the customers.
Thank you, Dheeraj.
Thank you, Dheeraj.
Sanjeev,
I think Mr. Narendra also asked that in such conferences, why that point is not discussed.
Yes.
So I think it was very well addressed by Dheeraj. What do they do? But what happens is generally these conferences are more to give feedbacks to the regulators, to the government agencies, to where they can help us. And I think once a network has been built by any operator, the second part that you are talking about becomes his portfolio. It becomes his responsibility. A lot of new technologies are being deployed, as Mr. Dheeraj said. FMS is just the beginning point. A lot of things are being deployed. But at such places, I believe a regulator or a monitoring agency may not be able to help us. It's the operator's problem, it's the IP1's problem, and they have to sort it using best of the technologies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev.
Thank you, Dheeraj.
Okay.
Any other question from? Yes, I see two hands. Please introduce yourself and tell us who the question is for.
Hi, my name is Digvijay Pratap Singh. I am from Excital Broadband. Before come to my question, I want to answer your question which you asked, that why it is like that electricity goes off, but there is power backup in house, but the backend network goes off. So apart from the big organizations, the big ISPs, there are very small ISPs working in local areas who are in partnership with local cable operators, who install the OLTs and giving them the bandwidth. And these are very small operators who do not have such infrastructure that they can install an UPS or something like that, and having a very limited user base, less than 200 sometimes. So that could be a possible cause why when electricity goes off, the backend network goes off. So my question was to Mr. Bali. Mr. Bali, when I started working in telecom fraternity, 64 kbps was broadband, and we were selling at 800 rupees. And now in the organization which I am working currently, we are giving 500 Mbps on the same cost, right? So we have traveled that much distance from 64 kbps to 500 Mbps over the same cost. So affordability is not a question. Demand is not a question, which we have seen in last couple of years. Infrastructure is not a question because so many government authorities and regulators are coming to help us. The problem is that growing demand requires a growing manpower also. I have worked with Skill Council also with when I was in my previous company. So I worked a lot with Skill Council, but why these things are not materialized and we're not able to create the pool of manpower as per the demand which is required in the market. Plus, I also wanted to understand why cannot we go a step back and install this into the curriculum of schools and colleges rather than starting after the college, because I passed out in 2006 and moreover the curriculum is the same. It is still not that much industry oriented that actually needs to be done. So I wanted you to understand why there is a gap between that. Thank you.
I think really very good question. First of all, answering your last point, government has come out with new education policy, NEP 20, in which from 9th standard onwards, skill has gone into curriculum. That means the way, like if you remember many years back, PT used to be a compulsory subject, you have to be physical. So now skilling has become a compulsory subject. You have to choose a skill subject. That is something which is happening. There are a lot of new policy changes are coming. I just tell you, this is not something which is widely publicized, but so much of work is happening around skill. Government of India is doing so much work around skill. They want to really change the whole thing. And we all know, I love giving this example, like there was a time when just if you knew how to speak English or if you knew how to work on computer, you'll get a job. But now everybody knows English and everybody can work on computer. Now getting job, you actually need skill. Plus, if India has to grow, then ultimately we need a lot of skilled manpower. And we also need a lot of skilled manpower to export to other countries. So ultimately, there's a big requirement. Now, for doing that, a lot of work is happening. The point what I was saying was that, unfortunately, I'll say that a lot of things, unless it is mandated by government, right, it doesn't happen. Like sometimes industry, they don't feel that as a responsibility that, like we should only take certified people or skilled people, or at least, we should invest into this area, right? All large companies, big companies, I myself was running companies, like our focus is mainly on the employees who are working under my own organization. But in telecom, what is happening is large organizations have got only 10-20% of the total workforce which is working for them under their own role. Rest 70-80% is all partners, right? And most of their training programs ends within their organization. It doesn't go to the next level. We are trying to bring that focus that please actually start taking ownership there. Please start insisting that, people should be skilled there, certified there, and all that stuff. And gradually it is happening change. We are also doing a lot of work around that. We are going to organizations. We are actually talking to them. Another which good thing is now at least organizations have started realizing that, okay, if we can't use these all funds for ourselves, they're giving a lot of CSR funds to skill councils that, okay, let's overall skill youth. Like it may not be that a telecom company is giving CSR funds to us and we are skilling youth. It is not that directly they'll work for same industry, but they actually get skilled for some other industry. So many things are happening, and I'm sure you will see a lot of change. One area which will bring biggest changes, like if government mandates, but government doesn't want to mandate only for one reason, because it gives an excuse to the industry that, like we are not getting, and there's a gap and all that stuff. And that is the reason it's not happening. But otherwise, I think requirement is there. People are understanding it. Government is understanding it. Industries are realizing it. Another small point, 5G, for example. 5G, like is one area where DOT and Mighty, like they are really working very hard. Even before, Spectrum being auctioned, our curriculums are ready. We have started looking and we have started going to the colleges, telling them that, like you start adding these curriculum in their studies. So all that is happening. But unfortunately, a lot of these things are not visible. And I think mass and universe is so large that we are able to address only small fraction or percentage. And that has to change. Thank you.
Just I would like to add, at least I can tell from my profession, urban planning, every 2 to 3 years, you have to change the curriculum. The technology is changing so fast. And for capacity building, why not we can link the, whatever the training programs or capacity building programs are attended by the telecom official, whether in government sector or private sector, why not it should be linked to the career progression? That's very much important. And we are, seriously thinking about that. It's not that simply you have come and attend the training program and, went away.
Right.
It has to be linked. It has to be properly evaluated that how the training was imparted, what are the major takeaways, and how it can be linked to the career progression. I think that will add a lot of value to our, the skill enhancement.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bali, I have a point here that feels there is a big gap between the skill which is coming out of the colleges and what is actually required in the industry. And I don't agree that companies are not spending money on training. A lot of money and time is being spent on training. If there is a better synergy between a curriculum being prepared and institutions and the industry, I think we can have a better trained people coming out of the institutions. That is my understanding.
Very true. Sir, you had a question for us.
Yes. Okay.
Please introduce yourself and tell us who the question is for.
My name is Manish Agarwal. I work for the Institution of Engineers India, IEI, and I live in Gurgaon. So my question is that actually I have a problem with the FTTH connection. Like I have 6 years back, I got a broadband connection from Airtel. Initially it was a conventional broadband connection. Then later on they upgraded it to V-Fibre, what they called as V-Fibre. That router modem was also upgraded, changed accordingly. And now 2 years back, they said that now we are ready with the FTTH. So we are so you can upgrade it to the, you can get it upgraded to FTTH, fiber to the home. So I said, okay, you please come and install it. And I am ready to pay even higher price. But later on they said, then they said that feasibility is not there in your area location, though it's a prime location in Gurgaon. Gurgaon is also a millennium city and all these services and IT industry is located there. But still they are not able to provide the FTTH in my location. Feasibility, or maybe it's a demand and supply issue there. Maybe they feel that it's commercially not viable, not enough demand is there. So in the FTTH now there are two options, like it can be, OFC can be laid either underground or overground. So in the overground thing, there is problem like inclement weather conditions or construction activity in the on the route from the pole to my house. There can be a problem because I noticed that if there is any construction activity, then it gets the wire gets disturbed by the builders or the contractors. So my question is that actually I believe perhaps nobody from Airtel is there, otherwise any speaker can answer. So why this is happening? And somebody said that row houses and multi, so basically it's a hybrid kind of situation, because mine is a row house, but row house, multi-storied row house.
So if I may interrupt, Mr. Agarwal, thank you. I think you basically are pointing out an area of concern that you have had faced yourself. I think this is a problem at this discussion forum, which is a little different, which goes to, are there any specific bylaws maybe? Or is it possible for us to mandate in some form or fashion that such a requirement, that, everything should be possible? As he's very correctly saying, Mr. Agarwal is correctly pointing out, what are the constraints which prevent me from getting the the service. Sanjeev.
So I think Mr. Agarwal is raising a very important point. So whatever
Yes.
we have been talking about, the permissions or the ROWs, that will happen to the new buildings that will come.
Correct.
But there is a huge how many new
Latent
buildings come?
demand.
Percentage if you try to go in percentage, it will be single digit percentage.
Correct.
What gets added? What happens to the so much of large buildings that exist? Yeah, we talked about Fibre. Fibre also giving was 40 Mbps once upon a time, but that was on copper network. Now it has to be upgraded. The customer is wanting, he is ready to pay. But the problem is, okay, what do we do in the brownfield? Because brownfield, in addition to the permissions, which is more difficult, the workability also becomes a problem. So when we make rules about ROW or whatever guidances we want to give, I think brownfield is going to be an extremely important point that needs to be addressed. So while the question may be particularly for an operator, but again that applies everywhere. Brownfield is a big challenge.
And sir, I mean, we'll have to really monitor, once we have, in-building solution for telecom infrastructure. Now, once the cities and the states, they adopt, we have to get feedback from the telecom operator. What constraints they, in spite of making the provision in the building boilers, actually what constraints they are going to face, which we would like to know. Then only we can come up with a separate, boilers.
So thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for your feedback. I think it's relevant.
Yeah. Somebody was talking about QS, quality standards. So is there any QS for the, like if it is overground, then inclement weather or construction activity disrupts it. But underground is better. There will not be any disruption due to weather or construction activity or due to any other human activity. So it would not be disrupted, but it may be dearer or costlier. Cost may be high in the case of underground OFC laying.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Very valid point. Very valid point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just wanted to mention, this is one of the first, at least this is one of the first hybrid sessions that I am attending. And I am absolutely delighted to say that if you look at the back of the screen, I think Dheeraj, you probably being able to see this more clearly than most of the other people. In the chat box, there are over 90 queries and questions which have been positioned over there. Now, I'm trying to get somebody to send me some of those questions so that we can ask them of the members here, so that the audience out there can benefit from the queries. But I'm still waiting for those questions to come in. So this is one of the challenges of running a hybrid session. All right, here's one question which came in to me at 3:44 p.m. from Mr. S.S. Vas. How to address hanging fiber across streets? These fibers are becoming a threat to the people passing streets, and sometimes these fibers are becoming a reason for accidents. So there are two parts to this question, and I'm going to first ask the implementation side. Dheeraj, over to you first, followed by Rajneesh, and then we'll take the Mr. Srinivas's view. Dheeraj?
So the fiber means as an operator, I think the first choice is always putting the underground. And so if you see all the large part of the networks is underground. But when we go to the fiber to the homes and the areas, the distribution part of the fiber, a lot of overhead fiber or aerial fiber is being deployed. And it's not only being deployed here in India, it is being deployed even in the US also. Barring few countries, I think there is a large part of distribution infrastructure is happening along the poles. The only thing which is there, because I think as a practice, there is a international benchmark, international best practices are there. What should be the height of the cables? What should be the sag of the cable? What should be the right accessories? If there is a structured aerial cabling is done, there is no danger or there is no security issue. There is no concerns. And in terms of the lightning, in terms of the protections, in terms of the safety is the first principle. But when there are a lot of local operators or the local practices which are happening in the areas which are going and putting the cables any which mode, I think those are the area where I think those are the concerns area. And I think as as a best practices, if we push the operators to put the right things in the right way, I think then we have to take care of the security concerns of the people, and not only provide the services, but we have to take care of the concern.
Thank you,
address the
Dheeraj.
concerns also. Yeah.
Thank you, Dheeraj. Do you have an additional comments on that, Rajneesh?
This hanging cable issues is primarily because of no standardization and primarily because of the unregulated market of the smaller players. So if this again will fall into the regulatory framework. So once we have a standardization of the policies, we can gradually come out of this issue, not immediately, but it is a hazard for a citizen. I agree.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the hanging cables, you need to have a policy. And in fact, once we are coming for the utility corridor, you can straight away, finalize the alignment of the communication cables. That's what, I mean, it's easier for the greenfield township. But at the same time, when we go for the brownfield, I mean, the whole cities, there you maybe have, I mean, we have the, the right of way from, the property to property, what we say from the urban planning point of view. So there is a very limited scope, if you have an 18 meter right of way road, where you are going to lay down the cables. So yes, in order to overcome these problems, you can, map the utility corridor. And in fact, if you talk about the 5G small cell, that also the mapping can be done, each and every pole, wherever it is going to be installed, it can be mapped, and accordingly we can, monitor the functioning of the 5G small cell.
Okay, so I have another very, very interesting question. I think this is something which needs to be asked. Whenever a customer changes the service provider, the customer needs to purchase a new modem. And this is in a situation where the modem has been supplied by the service provider. Why is there no universal optic fiber modem which works across all service providers? I think this is not a question which is a modem problem. I think this is only a question of ownership of whose modem it was in the first place. So I think that question has been asked and answered for you. There's another question, which is what is the scope for pre-concretization solutions for in-building solutions? Is the cost economics of plug-and-play solutions in India net positive, given the higher day zero installation costs? I think this is the distinction that you made between brownfield and greenfield. And if there is an option for pre-concretization solutions, it's always available. It's just the difference between brownfield and greenfield. So that is just an indication of the kind of questions. I think today has been an extremely interesting session, even if I say so myself. And may I then bring this session to a close, Mr. Srinivas, with your permission. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this wonderful session. Today, I would like just one last thing. May I have the mementos to present to our members? Mr. Srinivas, please. Mr. Rajneesh. Arvind. Sanjeev. And before we end, there are my exhibitors at the back, and may I please request the representatives from Lepton, Car6 Technologies, PDR, Cyrotech, and Commscope to please come forward. Rajneesh, will you take it for courses? I mean, okay. Okay, great. PDR. Who's the next? Courses, please. Commscope. Maybe one of you would like to come on this side. And I can stand here with you. And last but not the least, oh, there's one more, is there? Who do we have now? Saro. Cyrotech, come. Lepton? Lepton. With that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We come to the end of our 4th edition of FTTH India, the summit for 2022. Look forward to seeing you all again at the next session. But in the meantime, thank you for being with us today. Have a very good evening and goodbye.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Really pleasure. All the right questions were asked and answered.